Dismiss.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, may I inquire, is your lordship going to, at this stage, inquire from the defence what the issues in the trial within a trial is going to be, so that I know what evidence to adduce?
Yes, I will do that. The witness can come through in the meantime.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Adamson, what are the issues according to you?
Morning, my lord.
I think your microphone is not working. You might have been switched on.
Morning, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you. My lord, the issue that accused one has, my instructions are that in general, the occurrences that the witness, Mr. Lombard, Captain Lombard, has attested to is not true in many respects. The statement that was obtained from accused one was obtained under duress.
At what stage? At what stage of the process?
According to the evidence,
the attack on the admissibility was obtained under duress, but at what stage of the process?
On the 4th of March, when the so-called interviews took place on the 4th of March 2024. The court is aware of accused one's plea in terms of section 115, so is Captain Lombard, and that is the reason for contesting the admissibility of the so-called confession.
As set out in the plea, the acts performed as claimed, by whom were they performed, so that we know which witnesses we're going to deal with?
My lord, my instructions are that the accused might be able to identify two or three of the members.
But he doesn't know their identities.
He cannot say what their names are. He was under the impression they were police officers, but they didn't wear police uniform. There were a variety, 6 or 7 of them. The whole process of...
And where did that happen?
At the sea border premises where the witness now has indicated where he was taken to on the 4th.
So that would have been before they were taken to the people that took the statements?
Indeed, my lord. They were only arrested and taken to make the so-called...
So the allegations relate to what happened at the sea border police section?
All the events, all the actions.
Then we know.
I will only refer to the third specifically to get a third of March to get a kick-off point.
I heard the witness saying yesterday that he requested a Brigadier Hanana to make some arrangements to get the officers to take the statements, etc.
Yes, my lord.
Can you tell me whether Brigadier Hanana's evidence will be in dispute?
Lord, well, I have no idea, I cannot say that I know what Brigadier Hanana's evidence would be, but if it is going to
but
be...
But don't you have a statement?
From Brigadier Hanana?
Yes.
No, I didn't look at the statement. Okay. I didn't see a statement from Brigadier Hanana. I'm going from the point that
I just don't want us to be on a fishing expedition in the trial within a trial. Let's focus. It's about admissibility. Allegation is whatever was made under duress.
Yes.
And that happened at the Sea Border Police
Indeed, Indeed,
compound, if one can call it that.
Yes.
Then we know we can focus.
That is it.
Thank you. Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I had an opportunity to go through the alleged statement thoroughly, and I have perused it with fine comb. On my perusal, what I've realized is that the statement is not an unequivocal admission of guilt that is required by law.
So it's not a confession.
It's not a confession.
That's fine.
It's not a confession, my Lord, number one. Number two, if I argue that it was an admission, even then I will argue that it was only an admission of fact admitted under the following circumstances.
Okay.
My client is not the author of the admission. The admission was prescribed to him. That means he never made those admissions freely and voluntarily. He was tortured. Therefore, it cannot be said that he made them under sober senses or sound mind, and he was unduly influenced.
Thank you.
Can never, my Lord, be admitted, therefore, as an admission.
And this undue influence, and it also amounts to duress, is that, can we place it at the location and time? Is it also at the Sea Border Police?
At the Sea Border, my Lord, after he was beaten, his private parts being pitched at Jacob's Bay Ocean.
Okay.
He was taken then to Sea Border officers.
Right.
Thank you, my Lord.
So we can effectively, have a seat, it's fine. So we can effectively limit the inquiry for now as to what occurred at the Sea Border Police compound. Of course, there might be evidence subject to what is put to the witnesses, where the state might need to call other witnesses to either dispel the allegation or to provide corroboration for the other witnesses. But we're going to limit that. Insofar as it relates to accused number 2, Ms. Swanepoel, your colleague is of the view that it's not a confession. So, strictly speaking, then, we have a choice. We can either deal with it within a trial, or it will be dealt with in the main trial. Do you have any views on that? You indicated yesterday you are of the view it's a confession, in other words, an unequivocal statement that amounts to an admission on all the elements of the offence.
Indeed, my Lord.
So I'm going to make a ruling. We will rather caution, we will rather be cautious and deal with it on a trial within the trial basis to prevent that there's any prejudice to the accused at the later stage. So thank you. Do you have any further questions to Captain Lombard? Captain Lombard, you are still under oath.
I do, my lord, if I may.
I
Thank you.
expected that. Normally happens when you end off at the end of the day and the witness stands over till the next morning. That's par for the course.
Thank you, my lord. Captain, throughout your presence at the offices at Sea Border and FCS, on the 4th of March, leading over to the morning of the 5th of March, was there any assault whatsoever perpetrated on any of the two accused?
Edelagbare, daar het geen aanranding aan my teenwoordigheid plaasgevind nie.
No assault took place in my presence.
Daar was ook geen aanranding aan ons gerapporteer nie.
No assault was even reported to us.
Yes, thank you. There's an objection, Ms. Mkabai.
It's not an objection, my lord. I wanted to be clear to this question. Was the question whether there was any assault perpetrated by the accused?
No, on the accused.
Perpetrated on the accused. Thank you, my lord.
And because the interview started on the 4th, it went up to the early morning of the 5th. So the prosecutor had cast the net wide to cover the whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I understand you to say that you were present there on the premises for the duration of the time when the accused were there, except for the time when you went to the house of the lady.
Ek verstaan dat idiotiek of so veel daarom perseel gedurende wat beskuldigdes daar was. Already to where was die reis van die dag.
Dis hier ek Edelagbare.
That's correct.
But of course you were also moving between FCS and the boardroom.
Ek het ook tussen die FCS en die boardroom beweeg.
Dis reg Edelagbare.
That's correct.
Did you at any stage hear anything that sounded like an assault?
Ek het op enige stadium gehoor iets wat so geklink het soos aanranding.
Nee, Edelagbare, ek het ook nie met my tye wat ek al bo gewees het opgelet dat die verdagtes op 'n enige manier gelyk het of daar assault of bang of met my ondervinding het ek al mense gesien wat beklei wat in 'n geveg gewees het onmiddellik of geslaan gewees het en ek het nie dieselfde gesien wat ek gesien het wat ek by hulle gesien het. Ek kan wel sê dat hulle nervous gelyk ja.
When I arrived, I didn't see anything that they could have been assaulted. In my experience, I saw people fighting, but when I looked at them, they didn't appear like there was an assault, but they appeared to be nervous.
You did say that you saw that accused number one had an eye, a blue eye, or swollen eye.
Dis reg Edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you see any injuries except for that?
Nee, Edelagbare, ek het nie na hulle liggame geïnspekteer om te kyk of enige ander beserings is nie.
No, my lord, I didn't inspect on their bodies to see whether there is any injuries.
In respect of this blue eye or swollen blue eye of accused number one, did you ask him anything in connection therewith?
In verband met die blauwig of persoonlijk blauwig, het jy vir enige vraag gevra in verband met dit?
Ek het van gevra oor die blou oog en of hy aangerand gewees en gesê nee.
I asked him about the blue eye, my lord, and I asked him whether was he assaulted, and he said no.
When you say that no assault was reported to us, I think that was the specific translation. What do you mean? Do you mean verbal report, or what do you mean?
As is of said, geen aanraking was aan u gerapporteer, sê dit was moontlik of wat bedoel jy daarmee? Moontlik of wat bedoel jy daarmee?
As daar geveg is tussen ons as polisielede en gemeenskaplede,
If there's a fight between us, police, and community people, only community members,
ons moet dit rapporteer aan ons seniors.
we must report that to our seniors.
Daai tyd toe ons wc-borde was, ons daar geen mondelikse aanmelding gemaak aan my.
At the stage when we had seen borders, I want to know, report was made to me,
Dat er enige fisiese interaksie gewees het tussen die verdagtes en van die lede nie.
that there were no physical interactions between the members and this suspects or suspects.
Were you the senior officer
As a senior, was it a senior?
involved in this interviews with the accused?
Durant die aanhouding met die beskuldigdes.
Het is reg edelachtbare, Brigadier Nana was ook op die perseel gewees. Hy was die senior.
But he wasn't involved in the interview.
Het is reg edelachtbare.
That's correct, my lord, but Brigadier Anana was also there, but he was more senior than.
Did he have contact with the accused?
Had he contact met die beskuldigdes gehad?
Brigadier Nana was nooit daarbo by die seebode kantore nie.
Brigadier Anana never went to the seaborder offices.
Because we're not talking about the boardroom and the adjacent office.
Ja, hy was glad nie daarbo gewees nie.
He was not up there, my lord, at all.
May I ask, just for my understanding, to get a clear picture, can you give us an idea? I understand that you referred to Seaborder being the boer, the top office. This is my picture in my head, and FCS being under. So how far are these two buildings? Are they separate buildings, and how far are they from one another?
Die vir ons gebruik steeds in verband met die seaborder, maar FCS en seaborder se kantore is ver is hulle van mekaar.
Edelachtbare, die perseel self het een ingang, 'n groot hek.
The premises itself has got one entrance, a big gate, my lord.
En as jy inkom by die hek, dan is soos jy die breedte van die saal, dan begin, as jy inkom by die hek, waar die ingang hier is, dan waar daai deur is, min of meer, is dit begin die seebode kantore.
If you enter, my lord, the width of this hall, if you enter where the door is, that will be the offices of seaborder.
Seebode kantore loop in 'n L, so 'n L-formasie gebou.
It was shaped in the L.
As jy aan die linkerkant van die kantore omry,
If you would go around on the left side of these offices,
dan is daar so 'n aftrend,
there would be like a ditch going down.
en dan kom jy by die kantore van die FCS kantore.
Then we would reach the offices of FCS.
So die seebode kantore is 'n bietjie hoër gebou, van is meer op 'n bult.
The seaborder would be a building which has been built a little bit up.
So let's just get, so it's about the width of this hall.
It's a greater van die service.
Dis die distansie wat ek nou kan dink van die myn ingang af tot by die seebode kantore.
That's the distance would be from the main entrance to the seaborder offices.
Van as jy inkyk, dan is daar 'n gang.
When we look inside, there will be a passage.
As jy van die hoofweg af kyk.
When we look at from the main gate.
En aan die kant van die gang sal ek sê daar's 4 of 5 kantore.
On this side, the right side would be the 45 offices.
Op die hoek van die L-formasie kry mens die boardroom van hulle.
On the corner of the information, that's where you get the boardroom.
En dan gaan die ander been so af waar daar nog kantore is in die rigting van die FCS kantore.
Then you would go down in the direction of the seaborder, of the FCS offices.
I'm totally confused now.
Okay.
Let's first get the distance. So the distance from the gate to the corner of the building is about this.
Dis reg Edelagbare.
I would guess, and I can't see that far at the back, whether the panels are the same as what we have here. But we've got two of the big panels. Now we worked it out to about 5.4. We guessed 6 meters the other day. So it's about 15 to 20 meters, more or less. Do we have to go into that detail?
No, my lord, I just
Unless it becomes relevant.
Yes, my lord.
We'll see how the cross-examination peters out on that.
Indeed,
Yes.
my lord.
Anything else?
How long does it take you? Because you have testified that you were up and down between the two buildings. So how long does it take you, that walk?
Hoe lang is dit vir iemand om te stap en te sê was dit wat status in die gebou? Hoe lang is dit pas tussen die twee?
Van die naaste punt van die seebode gebou
From the closest point of the seaboard building
tot by die FCS se voordeur.
up to the front door of the FCS,
Ek sal sê 'n minuut, miskien net 'n klein bietjie minder as 'n minuut.
a minute or less, a little less than a minute.
Except for the absence of a verbal report being made to you, has any official report in the form of a docket being opened been reported by any of the two accused?
Behalwe die verbale wat hulle so
Die obvious.
as daar enige iets in verband met die dossier wat so bepaal tussen die skuldiges en die beskuldigdes?
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my lord.
And were you present at every court appearance of the accused?
Was die teenwoordig elke afspraak van beskuldigdes zijn af?
Dis reg Edelagbare.
Dat is correct.
Ek was teenwoordig.
And was any report at any stage made to any of the presiding officers?
Maar daar enige rapport te maak aan enige van die voorsitter beamptes?
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my lord.
Or any of the legal representatives that you are aware of?
Of enige van die prokureurs wat nie van bewus is?
Nee, Edelagbare.
No, my lord.
The accused, when you saw them in the interviews where they were in the separate offices, were they handcuffed at the time?
Die tyd toe beskuldigdes en die beskuldigde te onderhoor was, gedurende die onderhoor was hulle geboei op enige stadium.
This is prior to the arrest.
Voordat hulle toe gearresteer op ander arrest geplaas was.
Ek kan nie vir hulle sien in boeye nie.
I can't see a picture in handcuffs, my lord.
Ek is verseker hulle was nie geboeie nie, Edelagbare.
I'm sure they were not handcuffed.
It was only at the later stage during the interview that you told us yesterday you decided now you're going to detain them.
Dis reg Edelagbare.
May I ask, were they handcuffed then?
Nadat ek
Nadat die toe besluit het dat hulle sal nou onder arrest plaas, was dat dan aangeneem.
nadat ek 'n aanduiding gegee het dat hulle moet aangehou word,
When I gave the indication that they would be now detained,
het ek afgestap FCS kantore toe.
I walked down to the FCS office.
So ek kan nie sê of hulle boeie gehad het van die seebode kantoor tot by die FCS kantoor en ek was nie saamgeloop nie.
I can't say whether they were handcuffed from the seaboard side up to the FCS. I wasn't working with them.
I understood your evidence to be that whilst you were at the FCS building and Kelly, Puta and Stefano were brought in, and at that stage?
Ian was gesê toe you know daar by FCS bekendis was daar met Puta te verskyn en Stefan op daar staan.
Dit was na die stadium geweest, maar ek onthou net vir Boeta wat ingekom het.
Oh,
It was at that stage, I can only recall Buddha appeared.
so the question is, was he handcuffed then?
We are live.
My fokus was op Kelly wat so aangegaan het, gevloek en geskel het.
My focus was on Kelly, who was now carrying on like that to scolding.
Van ek was in die gesels met Kelly geweest.
Can I just
Conversation with Kelly.
Ms. Swanepoel, let's first get the microphone adjusted so that I can hear the captain. Are you fishing or what are you doing? Because you're not leading the witness.
My apologies.
He's still in chief now. Then you lead the witness, but it seems to me you're fishing.
No, my lord. My apologies.
Get to the point.
Thank you, my lord. Did you see Buddha at that stage? When he saw him, was he handcuffed?
To Eva Buddha said that and we are.
Ek kan nie sê nie.
I can't say that.
And from there they were taken to separate vehicles also.
Daar is het gemeen verskillende voertuie.
Dis reg gedag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Where you did see Stefano sleeping.
Waar u toe was opgelet en Stefan geslapen.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you in any way influence or force the accused persons to make any statements?
Het u op enige stadium skuldig beïnvloed of forceer dat hulle enige verklaring maak?
Nee, dag maar.
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. That is the evidence of the witness.
So before the defense cross-examines, as the investigating officer, did you receive all the documentation after the statements were completed?
As trustee aanspraak die ander dokumente gekry wat na die onderzoek.
Dis reg gedag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Who took the final statements?
Wie die finale verklaring aanneem.
Die waarskuwingsverklaring.
No. The statements under discussion now, the so-called confessions.
Die verklaring wat van praat, sogenoemde kennis.
Die verklaring van Boeta was geneem deur luitenant-kolonel Pretorius.
The statement of Buddha was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Pretorius.
Die eerste verklaring van Stefano
The first statement of Stefano
was geneem deur kolonel Clark.
was taken by Colonel Clark.
Ek het verstaan gekom dat hy aan die slaap geval het en daai proses was gestop geweest.
I understand that he fell asleep at that stage that it was stopped.
Later in die middag was hy aangedui dat hy voortgaan met die verklaring.
Later the day, we said that we want to proceed with the statement.
So later in die middag was hy weer gehaal geweest vir verklaring en daai verklaring was geneem geweest deur kaptein Sekoe.
Later that afternoon, then we proceeded again with the statement. That statement was taken by Captain Sekoe.
Now, we've seen the statement that was taken from Wesley Lombard, Exhibit R.
Dis reg nog, hè?
Were there similar forms used?
Was soortgelyke vorms gebruik.
Dis reg nog, maar.
Thank you, Mr. Adamson. You may cross-examine.
Thank you, my lord.
Can I just, before you, whilst you're getting your paperwork in order, as I understood your evidence yesterday, the only people that questioned or interviewed the accused were yourself and your colleague, Fortuin.
Ja, in my teenwoordigheid was ek Fortuin gepraat. Ek kan verkeerd wees dat ek miskien dat enige ander van die lede wat daar in die kantoor gewees het, dat ek miskien iets gevraagd het. Maar ek weet waar ek gewees het, het Fortuin gepraat.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams.
May it please the court, my lord. Captain, I'll come to these details that you've given evidence on and answered now from my learned colleague in the court. I want to start, and I want to really try and go through this briefly. I want to start, you were the investigating officer. You were aware that Bhutan Kelly slept at the Wikis Bay Hotel on Sunday the 3rd, is that correct?
He is one super and it is he was the first of his time. Bhutan and Kelly and Wikis Bay is one also in some slap at the trail.
Daai informasie het eers bekend aan my geword op maandag die 4de, die middag.
That information became known to me only on Monday, 4th afternoon.
But then who gave the instructions to, and I'm putting to you that Constable Sikobe and another female officer collected accused 1 and accused 3 from Wikis Bay on the 4th. Who gave that order then?
Ook die vingers so Constable Sikobe en nog 'n kollega beskuldig is van genade by Wikis Bay. Wie sou so instruksie aan hulle gee?
Die instruksie was geweest die 3de dan. Omdat ons die groot operasie het die 4de die oggend.
The instruction was that on the 3rd, since we have the big operation on the 4th.
Het ek gesê,
I said,
ons moet uitvind waar die 3 verdagtes is.
you must find out as to where the 3 suspects were.
Van maandag na die operasie gaan ons onderhoud met hulle voer.
Because Monday after the operation, we were going to conduct an interview with them.
En terwyl ons operasie voer met hulle uitvind en dit het toegekom dat Sikobe en my die middag vir hulle gaan haal by Wikis Bay.
Then it appears that Sikobe and me went to pick them up at Wikis Bay.
Sorry, can you just ask Sikobe and who?
Sergeant May.
Sergeant May.
Dis 2 dames.
2 ladies, my lord.
Yes, you were aware of the presence of Captain Mackenzie on that weekend, at least on Sunday.
He was the first that Captain Mackenzie Sondag die boot was.
Ek het vir Captain Mackenzie die Saterdag gesien, nie die Sondag nie.
I saw Captain Mackenzie the Saturday, not the Sunday.
And you say you didn't know on Sunday that he had booked accused 1 and 3 into the Wikis Bay Hotel.
Hy het gesê die kennis gekry dat hy so beskuldig nommer 1 en 3 ingevoer by Wikis Bay Hotel.
Ek is nie in kontak met Captain Mackenzie nie en ek was ook nie.
I'm not in contact with Captain Mackenzie and I was not even.
Soos ek gesê het, die lede het uitgevind waar hulle is.
As I said, the members found out as to where they were.
En dit is waar die 2 lede hulle gaan haal die maandagmiddag.
That's where the 2 members went to fetch them the Monday afternoon.
The Monday afternoon? Are you sure it was the afternoon?
As jy sê dat is al middag.
Dit is informasie wat ek gekry het.
That's the information I received.
Van later die aand
Because later that night,
was daar 'n TikTok video.
there was a TikTok video
waar iemand uit die hotel die acties wat plaasgevind het buite waar Boeta en Kelly in die voertuig klim met Sikobe en my.
action took place in front of the hotel where Buddha and Kelly were getting to the vehicle with Sikobe and May.
En op die video is het duidelik dat dit daglig is.
On that video it is clear that it was daylight.
Hoekom ek die video onthou is dat hulle het vir Sergeant Sikobe uitgemaak as die Sangoma.
The reason for me remembering this video because they made out Sikobe as the Sango.
Omdat sy het dreads gehad wat in nek gehang het op haar skouers.
She had dreadlocks with just one hand shoulder hanging up to her shoulders.
You see, my instructions from accused one is that the one police officer who collected him and accused three together at Wiki's Bay was Constable Sikobe. He recognized her from the statement that she came and obtained there on the day of the event or the day after. I can't recall now whether it was the 19th or the 20th, but she made a statement.
It was the 20th.
Thank you, my lord. He recognized her. He knew her from then. And he is under the impression that the other female officer was, and this is not him relating to me the names, but I know the names who he's referring to. It was Sergeant Johnson, Felicity Ingrid Johnson.
Instructie van beskuldige nommer 1 sal sê een van die offisier wat hulle gehaal daar in Wiki's Bay. So Detective Constable Sikobe is, en die kan vir aan oog gedurende die dag die toe aan die plaats waar die was op die 20ste. En die ander wat sal wees, can you just repeat the second?
Felicity Ingrid Johnson, but I must add to that my client says he's not sure.
Felicity Ingrid Johnson is.
Dit was nie Susan Johnson nie.
My lord, it was not Sergeant Johnson.
Van ek en Susan Johnson het basically agter mekaar aangekom by die seebehoorde kantoor.
Because me and Sergeant Johnson came the one after the other as the seaborder officers.
Susan Johnson was deel van die soektog daai maandag en ons het getuig het ons laatmiddag hier ontmoet vir die debriefing.
Sergeant Johnson was the person who took place in the search that Monday, and then the Monday after that's when we met up here.
When you say up here, you mean here at the hall?
Dis reg hier
in the hall, my lord.
You see, accused one will also say my instructions are that the officer who served the SAP 14 on him and arrested him and served his SAP 14A on him at sea border was Sergeant Johnson.
Skuldige nommer 1 sal sê vir my dat die dag toe die SAP 14 aan die Rwanda was, die gerig van arrestees geplaas was Sergeant Johnson.
Dis korrek,
That's correct.
What I heard, the statement referred to a SAP 14A.
Yes, 14A, sorry.
It was only interpreted as SAP 14.
SAP 14A.
And while we're on that subject, my client's instructions are that he was taken out of the vehicle. It was full, but the copy of the SAP 14A that's in my possession says it was served on him at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 5th of March 2024.
Obviously, punt nog te sê was skuldig verder dat die SAP 14A as aanhou toe randig so die 4 uur sonne.
Wat op die 14A verskyn.
That's correct, my lord. That's the time which appears on the 14A.
Did you say Sunday?
No, my lord. The fourth. That was the 4 o'clock in the morning of the 5th of March. It was a Tuesday.
4 uur die 5de maand, Dinsdag.
You confirm that?
Dis reg, dis die tyd wat verskyn op die 14 aan.
Yes.
Now, my instructions are further, and I want to ask you to comment on this. Accused 1, accused 3 were collected there at sea border. It was in the vicinity.
Just one moment. Did you say collected at sea border?
Well, picked up with a vehicle by the 2 female officers.
Because previous statement you made that they were collected at Hookie's Bay.
Yes, Hookie's Bay. Sorry, what did I say?
You said sea border.
No, sorry, I misspoke. It's Hookie's Bay. They were collected picked up with a vehicle by 2 police, female police officers at Hookie's Bay, and he thinks it was in the vicinity of, it was late morning, maybe 12 o'clock already.
Skuldig nummer 1 so verder sê dat hy en beskuldig nummer 3 so opgemaal word deur 2 dame officiere of beamptes by Hookie's Bay so by vroegoggend hier so moet by 12 uur.
You have any knowledge of that?
Edel Agbar, ek het geen tyd wanneer hulle gehaal gewees het. Al wat ek weet, al het vir my gesê dis laatmiddag.
I don't have any time as to when they picked up when to fetch my own. What I understand is what late afternoon.
Just a moment. So you, I just want to confirm, is the statement that they were collected there around midday, 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And I may at this point just point out, Your Lordship, in the plea, 115 plea, it was typed that they were collected in the early hours of the morning of the 4th. That is an incorrect, there's a typing error, and it's probably my fault. I have in my notes.
Well, it says,
Yeah.
in paragraph 62, I made a mistake when I wrote you. You obviously saw I took out a red and a green pen.
Yes, I saw. Yeah. I was going to say in any case, and I would.
It's Exhibit D.
Yes, I would.
Paragraph 62 there.
I will state here categorically.
Just one moment, Mr. Harams. It reads, we slept there the Sunday night during the early hours of Monday the 4th. 2 female police officers came there and took Kelly and I to sea border officers. That's the plea explanation.
That is
now, are you now withdrawing that statement in the plea?
I'm just trying to point out that it is.
We're not going to argue it now. I'm just asking.
I'm not withdrawing it. It's just that time is an error.
You know, of course, that counsel for the state is going to challenge your client on that.
They can challenge me. That's good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. So my instructions further from accused 1 is that when they arrived at sea border, he remembers, and as I already stated, that it was probably morning, lunchtime. And he said, and he says, and will give evidence that he saw you there.
Parents dat is genomen, ze zei door de aankomst worden, was zo voor na voor ons hier en iedereen van die wagen gezien aan de zien worden.
Dat is niet waar, Redelaar, maar ik was de hele dag bij de oopveld aan de achterkant van Pieter Mokabe's gedeelte.
That's not correct. I was the whole day at the open field behind Pieter Mokabe.
Ik kan een dag, was in de ochtend hier heeft het gereden nog.
I can still remember that day in the morning hours it was raining.
Die zon het een beetje later uit die gekomen in de middag.
The sun came up later the day after.
Ons het, was de tijd wat ons in de voertuigen moesten klimmen van, dat was de natte boom met die klei.
And then we had to get to the vehicles, it was too wet.
Ons het, ik denk het was 2 of 3 leden van ons erop afgevaardigd om kos te gaan kopen voor allemaal.
I think 2 or 3 members of us were then we sent us to go buy some food for all of us.
De eerste keer dat ik weer die kant van Saldanha Bay gekomen het was in de middag.
The first time I came to this side of Saldanha was afternoon.
Yes, and I remember in your evidence yesterday you said now 4 or 5. Then later on you said so 4:30 tot 5 uur. You arrived at Seaborder.
Dat is correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, confirm.
Okay. Now I'll get back to this point, but I want to put it to you and hear what your comment is. According to accused 1, he was taken to Seaborder at least by lunchtime on the 4th of March 2024. He was taken to a room. He's talking about some glass doors. Do you remember any glass doors there?
Volgens ons as instruksie as ek toegeneem na Seaborder, so voor ek na middagete. Hy sê is toegeneem na 'n kantoor met so glas van gedeelte. Hy kennis van so glas.
Basis al die deure by Seaborder is glasdeure.
Basically all doors in Seaborder are glass doors.
You see, his instructions were to me that it's an L-shaped building. They took him up to a glass door, and you could see through the door, and somebody was sitting there. He was asked, do you know who's sitting there?
Hy sê die gebou is van Elvis, is toegeneem na 'n glasdeur. Ek kon sien die glasdeur, daar was iemand wat daar gesit het. Hy was gevraagd, ken u die persoon?
And he answered, yes, it's my friend Stefano.
Hy het gesê, ja, dis my vriend Stefano.
And then his instructions further is that they took him in through another door.
Hy sê verder dat hom geneem deur nog 'n ander deur.
And this was on the ground level.
So op die grond gedeelte wees.
He said there were tables and chairs.
Just one moment.
Then he was told to sit. Does that make sense to you?
Daar was tafels en stoele en was toe gesê sit.
Ik heb vroeger vandaag getuigd dat die Seaborder gebouw is in een L-shape.
My testimony earlier was I said that the Seaborder offices are in an L-shape.
Ik heb ook gezegd dat de meeste van die kantoren het glasdeuren.
I even said that most of the offices have glass doors.
Maar die verschil is dat die Seaborder kantoren het niet één vloer.
But the difference is that the Seaborder offices got only one floor,
Het is één plat gebouw.
one flat building.
Yeah. That's correct. He's not suggesting that they had many, one or more floors. He's not suggesting it. He said it was on the ground.
Hy sê,
Ground floor.
en voor dat dan was een vloer, hy sê was die one floor.
Then I want to take you on further. Before we carry on now, when he arrived there, we'll get to that. Just want to ask you to comment on the following. Your evidence when you were asked. Let me just see what was asked before that. You gave evidence. You first said 4:30 to 5 at Sea Border, and then you spoke of Brigadier Hanana was there. That you went to the Brigadier in his office at FCS. And then he spoke to you about Owen. You remember that evidence that you read?
Dis korrek, maar
I remember, my lord.
Then I've got written down there, and then you said Kelly and Boeta was by Witjies Bay deur Sergeant Sekoba en 'n speurder vrou gekry. And then you corrected that directly after that, and you said, no, Kelly alone, Kelly alone, not Boeta.
Just one moment.
My lord, shortly after he referred to the 4:30 to 5 o'clock at Sea Border, then he mentioned Brigadier Hanana. And then your lordship still asked a question.
After 4, before 5, I went to FCS because they planned. Well, he never said that Kelly alone were collected. The context was the following. It's my paragraph 132 on page 17, my notes, book 3. He said that Kelly made appearance. He went to the parking area of FCS. Kelly made her appearance, and he understood that Kelly and Boeta was fetched from Witjies Bay by Sekobe and Detective May. Kelly was alone there.
Yes, Kelly alone.
He only saw Kelly, he didn't see Boeta at the time. So, said when I asked about Boeta, he was directed to Sea Border officers.
Indeed, my lord. And
so Boeta was already inside.
Yes. And then your lordship still asked him what's
and then he says, sometimes it comes out as Stefano, but it's Stevino on the charge sheet, on the indictment.
Yeah.
So I just want us to be clear on the record, because the name Stefano and Stephanus appears somewhere else in the evidence, so that there's no confusion at some stage. Yeah. So that's the context. Context was always that, from his understanding, they were both fetched at Witjies Bay. It was also confirmed this morning in his evidence when he said that while he remembers it was daytime, was because of the TikTok video that was sent around where they got into the car and it was daytime. Yeah. I know it was the paragraph just after he said that they were both fetched, but when he came through the parking lot, he only saw Kelly. He says he saw Kelly alone. Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, my lord.
Adamson.
Shortly after that, you refer to Owen aan die linkerkant van die parkering, left side of the parking, where he stood and smoked. And then your evidence was, ek het haar en I assumed that it was Kelly ingestuur en ek loop op na die Seaborder kantoor. You walked up to the Seaborder offices. Then your evidence was that at Seaborder was Boeta and Stefano in the boardroom. You remember that? Can you give the court an idea what time was that?
En even waar we in eerste omlaag met de thema wat die tijd was.
Dat kon, ik kan begrijpen, Nana, je het niet lang gesels, nee?
Nee, en Nana didn't speak for a long time.
Dat kan wees misschien niet zo 5 uur, na 5.
It could be 5 o'clock, just after 5.
En ik heb er bij 5 dagen gekomen en ik heb eerst met brigadier Nana gesels en toen ik het met Owen een tijdje buiten, een paar meter met Owen en toen zei ik op.
Because I arrived at Seaborder between after 5, then I had a conversation with Nana, then with Owen, after Owen then I went out.
Then your evidence, as I said, you said that Boeta and Stefano was in the boardroom. And shortly after that you mentioned, well, let me ask you this. Was that when you saw accused 1 and accused 2 in the boardroom as you gave evidence, was that the first time you saw accused 1 there at the Seaborder offices?
Die tijd in toen hij beschuldigd 1 en 2 bestuurde de Seaborder kantoor Seaborder. De eerste keer wat beschuldigd in gezien.
Dat is geen rekenleg maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you go?
No.
Sorry.
No. The question you asked was not whether it was the first time he saw accused 1 and 2.
At the border.
Yeah, but that wasn't interpreted. So just to confirm, your question was the first time he saw them at
Seaborder.
At Seaborder,
Yes,
in the boardroom.
Yeah.
And he confirmed that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Did you stay outside? Did you go into the boardroom? Did you talk to them?
Ik ben buiten gestaan, ingegaan en ik met hen gepraat.
Ik had ingegaan in Lagmar.
I went inside.
You see, because it's at that stage that you mentioned to this court that you noticed the injury to accused 1's left eye, that it was swollen and your words were a biggie blow.
Dus die tijd toe opgelet en die besering op beschuldigde nummer 1, dat die opgezwollen en die blow.
Dat is recht Lagmar.
Now my client will say that that is totally not true. That he had a blue eye, which was swollen or injured at all at that time of the day. What is your response to that?
Ek het gesien, soos ek getuig het, sy oog, die kondisie van sy oog.
I saw, as I testified, the condition in his eye.
Okay. Now, the confusion that can come in here, or the problem is that we don't have a clear timeline. You were there at 4 or 5. After 4 or 5. You went to the boardroom probably at 5 or just after 5. Now, my client's instructions are, and he will give evidence to that effect, that the injury to his eye happened at sea border.
Instructies aan die sal ons wat Engels wees dat die universiteit so opgedoen as die sea border.
Yes, comment.
En hoof het ek gesê, ek het hom gevra of hy assault gewees en hy het gesê nee.
In evidence in chief, I asked him if he was assaulted, he said no.
Hy kon vir my gesê het dat hulle het hom geslaan daar.
He could have told me that he was assaulted there or beaten there.
Now, let me just get my instructions correct. His instructions are he was not injured until he arrived, or before, any time before he arrived at sea border, he had no injury. Now, your evidence is that you asked him about his eye. He says he can't recall that you asked him that.
Hy het gesê van gedenk dat hy hom gevra het in van sy oog. Hy sê kan nie onthou of hy van sy oog gevra het.
If his eye was blue at that stage already, it was, this is his instructions, then it was as a result of assaults by your members or the members at sea border prior to the time that you arrived there.
As hy also blou was en officieel was, sou dit doen was dat die sea border voordat hy opgedag het in die lede. Van die lede.
Any comment?
Een commentaar?
Heel erg, maar soos ek voorheen gesê het, as daar enige fysische interaksie gewees het,
if there was any physical interaction
tussen lede
between members
en die verdagtes,
and the
moes dit en sou dit gerapporteer gewees het.
Was supposed to, was going to be reported.
Daar was niemand gerapporteer van enige voorval soos dit nie.
No one reported of any incident like that.
But you would agree with me if those insults occurred and it wanted to be hidden, kept away from anybody, then the police officers that were there would not have said anything or reported anything. They wouldn't stand up and say, well, we assaulted accused one. They won't, would they?
As dat nou verstaan was, of nie aan persoon openbaar was, dan sou die polisie gemaak het dat dan in geval oorgepraat word.
En agter ek stem nie saam met as voorvalle gebeur,
when incidents happen,
dan moet jy dit rapporteer.
You must report it.
En in die verlede was daar gevalle waar van ons lede in fysische interacties geweest en dit was gerapporteer geweest.
In the past there would be physical interactions with our members that was reported.
But you will agree with me that if an accused, or when an accused had been or was assaulted by a police member and informed that if you tell anybody what I did to you, he is then threatened with death or further harm, that accused will not say anything out of fear.
As sê bijvoorbeeld de persoon zo aangeraan was tegen een lid of member en de persoon wordt ook gemaand gezegd as hy enigiets moet sê, dan word die persoon gedreig met aanranding of dood.
Julle Agbaar, dit is onwaar en ek stem nie saam met meneer Harms se stelling nie.
That's untrue, my lord. I don't agree with the statement.
Well, I'll put it to you. This is accused one's instructions to me. And I'll get to the details, that he was indeed threatened if he says anything to anybody about having been assaulted, he would suffer more punishment and torture, even death.
Dit was al gesê as hy aan enige iemand sou sê dat hy aangeraan word, dan sal hy meer gemartel word.
Ek het geen kennis van enige dreigemente.
Just one moment. Did your question or statement include the words or even death?
Yes, I'll get to that now.
It wasn't interpreted.
Of dood, but that was not said.
Thank you, Manu. You see, I'm getting...
Just one moment. Ms. Bolani, how's your voice?
I put my voice on the proper stability.
Can we swap, please? Can you just swap with Mr. Blau for a while? Let's see how it goes. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Manu.
Sorry, my lord, I just want to make one request that when I touch the witness on the shoulder, just to tap him that he must just slow and must just stop talking so that I can translate it, interpret it to the court, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ek sweer aan my.
I've already put my client's accused one's version to you, as far as he was at sea border and he was pointed to somebody sitting there behind the glass door and he was...
Ek het instructies aan die gestel dat beskuldigde insê dat hy wat by seeborder kantoor gewees, iemand is gewys en hoe ken hy die persoon.
And the person that was sitting there was his friend Stefano.
En die persoon wat daar gesit is die vriend Stefano.
These instructions are further that
Sy instructies is verder dat
in that office, he can't say whether it's the boardroom or just an office, but where he was, there were 6 or 7 people, men.
En hy kantoor is hy kan sê dat dit 'n boardroom of 'n kantoor nie, maar hy het 6 of 7 persone of mense.
They had no police uniform on, but he assumed they were police officers.
Hulle het nie polisie uniform gehad nie, maar hy sal dit neem dat hulle is polisiebeampte.
Good. Can you comment on that?
Kan jy kommentaar op dit?
Julle Agbaar, daar was lede in die boardroom waar hulle twee gesit het toe daar kom.
My lord, there were members when I came there in the boardroom.
Het is reg dat van ons lede het nie uniform aangehad daai dag nie.
And it is correct that some of our members did not have uniform on.
But obviously you can't say, or can you, when you came there and saw accused one, can you say that you saw any police uniformed people there?
As ek kan sê dat daar gekom het die mense gesien op polisiebeampte met polisie uniform aan.
Julle Agbaar, daar was polisie met uniform op die perseel gewees.
My lord, there were police members with police uniform on the property, on the premises.
Ons lede, die meestal het nie uniform aangehad nie.
Our members, my lord, most of them specifically don't wear or don't have put on uniform.
Ek myself het ook nie uniform aangehad nie.
Myself, my lord, did not have uniform on.
Can I just try and clarify? The people that partook in the interviews and questioning of the two accused, were they all members of your task team?
Die mense wat deelgeneem het in die onderhoud van die verdagtes of die beskuldige, is een van die tasse.
Dis reg het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
So they would all be detectives.
So hulle is
Most of
almal
it.
steelers.
Van hulle detectives, daar was ook crime intelligence lede by geweest wat ook die uniform aan.
And they will also be in civilian clothes.
Yes, en dan was daar lede van die law enforcement of certificate dan wat ook nie in uniform geweest het nie.
But
But
would,
some of them are detectives and also some part of our task team, and there were also law enforcement members there that also did not have uniform on.
the questions only relate to the people in the boardroom or in that office.
Die vraag is nie vir mense wat in die boardroom gewees of vir die kantoor.
Daar was niemand met uniform aan geweest.
Nobody with uniform.
Nou word het uniform.
Thank you. That is what my client says.
Dit is wat ek hier sê.
Six or seven, would that be correct?
Sal ek correct wees, 6 of 7?
Ek sal sê 5 of 6.
I will say 5 or 6.
So we can settle on 6.
So sal we say 6.
Dus kan man settle op 6 heel erg maar.
We can settle on 6, my lord.
His instructions are further than at that stage there, what we are talking about. In the boardroom, the 6 personnel there, no police uniform.
My instructies is dat 6 was daar in de boardroom geweest. Daar was 6 leden geweest met geen uniform gehad nie.
He was not cuffed.
Hy was er op nie.
Yes.
Het lag maar ek het gesê ek kan nie vir hulle gesien het met aanboeie aan nie. Van daai tyd was hulle nie gearresteer gewees nie.
My lord, I said that I didn't see them in handcuffs, my lord, because at that time they were not being arrested.
So it's possible that they didn't have cuffs on, and Mr. Adam says correct.
Dis
So
hier.
as moontlik te wys dat dit nie meer gehad nie.
Dis reg het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now your evidence led that it was yourself, and it's David Johannes Fortuin, is that the Fortuin officer you spoke about?
Dis reg het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord. The witness answered before I can interpret, my lord, in Afrikaans.
He's a sergeant, is correct?
As the assistant, is it correct?
Dis reg het lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
And your evidence led that between yourself and Sergeant Fortuin,
Hier getuig dat tussen u en Sergeant Fortuin,
these interviews were dealt with or handled, controlled.
hierdie onderhoud wat hulle gehanteer het.
Dis reg.
That's correct.
Met Sergeant Fortuin as die leading interviewer.
And Sergeant Fortuin is a leading interviewer, my lord.
So is it then correct to say that if you weren't in an office, then Sergeant Fortuin was there?
As a correct om te sê as in hierdie interview was die onderhoud was nie, so Sergeant Fortuin was daar.
Ek en Fortuin het meestal van die tyd saam beweeg.
Myself en Fortuin moet ons bestaan together.
Van die tye as ek afgegaan het
From the time that I went down
en ek kom terug,
and I come back,
moet ek gee hy vir my die cue oor wat die gesels so is en ek val in dan.
he will inform me of what is the interview or what is spoken about in that's when I will follow the lead.
Now, at all times, if I understand it correctly, and please comment on this,
As ek op alle tye, u kan kommentaar op dit as ek nie voor het gestaan.
whether you were in a presence where accused 1 was, and whether Sergeant Forstein or both of you were present where accused 1 was, or when you were not present.
Ik kan kommentaar doen, was dat tye waar u was teenwoordig, waar beskuldig nommer 1 was, en Sergeant Forstein was ook teenwoordig, waar beskuldig nommer 1 was, of nie?
There were at all times other members present.
Daar was ander lede heeltyd.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Would that apply to both officers, the one where Mr. Van Ryn was, as well as the one where Mr. Apollos?
Sal dit dieselfde wees waar die kantoor waar meneer Van Ryn was en waar meneer Apollos was?
Dis reg, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Madam. See, my client's instructions are further then. If I proceed, when he said he was not cuffed, what happened then? I'm going to tell you what happened then.
My cliënt se instructies is dat hy was nie verboei nie en wat het gebeur verder, ek gaan nou vir u sê wat het gebeur verder.
He was told, he's there, 6 or 7, we agreed on 6.
Hy was gesê, deur 6 of 7 ledes, maar ons bly staan by 6.
He was told that he must now tell them what happened on Monday the 19th of February 2024.
Hy was gesê dat hy moet hulle vertel wat het gebeur op die 19de van Maart, 19de van Februarie maand 2024.
Were you present when that happened?
Was u teenwoordig die tyd wat dit gebeur het, op plaasgevind het?
Ek het gesê, ek getuig dat die onderhoude het begin met maandag die 19e.
I said that when I testified, my lord, that the interviews happened that on the 19th, the Monday.
In die begin van die interview was ek daar.
At the beginning of the interview was there.
So ek kan positief sê dat daar was gepraat gewees oor die maandag die 19e in my teenwoordigheid.
I can say positively, my lord, on the 19th, the Monday, it was spoken of that.
No, I think you're confused now with the dates. You're talking about 19th. The 19th of February 2024, is that what you were saying? I'm talking about Tuesday, Monday the 4th of March 2024.
I understood your question to be, is that the members told accused number 1 that he must tell them what happened on the 19th. The witness confirms. He says he was there when the interview started, and he can confirm they were focusing on the 19th of the happenings of the 19th. So you're on the same page.
Thank you. There must be some crossed wires here. Thank you. And that's correct, Mr. Lombard.
That's correct, Mr. Lombard.
Dis reg, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
So let me confirm further that, so you confirm when my client was asked.
So die tyd wat my kliënt gevra was,
that he must tell them what happened on Monday the 19th of February 2024, you were present.
Dat hy moet hulle vertel wat gebeur het op die 19de van Februarie maand die jaar 2024, dit was op maandag.
That you were present.
Die was teenwoordig.
Ek was teenwoordig.
Was present.
Who asked the accused 1?
Wie was skuldig om een dit gevraagd?
Dat sou ek of Sergeant Fortuin gewees het.
Ek roep u nie of Sergeant Fortuin.
You see, then accused 1 says that he started explaining to you. He can't say, I asked him, he can't say who asked him to explain what happened on Monday the 19th. He can't say that he saw you there. He doesn't know who Sergeant Fontaine looks like.
Sien nou, beskuldig om een sê dat hy was gevra om te verduidelik om te sê wat het gebeur op die 19de van Februarie maand, nee? Tot aan die jaar 2024 die maandag. Maar nou ek kan nou, wie was, ek kan nie sê wie was dit nie, want ek kan nie vir Sergeant Fortuin onthou nie.
Edelagbare, Sergeant Fortuin het ook sy waarskuwing verklaring gevat, die volgende dag.
My Lord, Sergeant Fortuyn also made a statement the following day. Obtained a statement, my Lord, sorry. Warning statement.
Thank you, Madam. Then my instructions are, he related his information that he had, which he had done already in previous statements, or a main statement with Sergeant Milstein.
Hy het sy verklaring gegee soos hy voorheen gedoen het. Can the name please be repeated, my Lord?
He then started relating, telling the information that as he had it and as he had given it in his statement previously, and everybody else who had asked him what had happened. He started saying that.
Hy het sy informasie gegee toe die drie wat hy gevra was. Hy gebeur soos voorheen aan die ander verklaring vir die informasies toegegee in sy verklaring. Sodat hy gevra vir die ander mense.
You remember that?
Kan u dit onthou?
Ek onthou dat.
I remember that.
And that isn't what you wanted to hear, or that isn't what anybody there wanted to hear.
En dit is wat mense wil, dit is nie wat mense wil daar gehoor het nie.
Ek kan nie saam met u stem daar nie.
I couldn't agree with you on that one.
What did you want to hear that day?
Wat wil jy dan gehoor daai dag?
Ons wil geweet het wat gebeur het.
We wanted to know what happened on Monday.
En ook die ander vraag soos ek getuig het.
And the other questions is I testified.
Wat opgestaan het met my onderhoud met hulle van die 25ste.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Die vraag wat ek gehad het en wat ons ook geformuleer het in die week.
The questions that we had that were formulated during the week.
Van die vraag was ook wat oorgestaan het van die 25ste toe ek met hulle die onderhoud gevoer het.
And the questions also stood over my word as I had an interview with him.
We will get back to that. We will, in this trial, get back to that. I'm not going to go there now.
Ons sal terugkom na dit, maar op hierdie oomblik is ons peripunt.
Maybe just try and carry. So we're still on the same page.
So ons is nog steeds op dieselfde bladsy.
You start out by asking him about the 19th.
Jy begin om te vra oor die 19de.
But we recall, and these are questions relating to the main trial.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
En ons kan onthou, maar dis die vraag wat gaan in die hoof saak.
That you met, and I'm trying to visualize and understand. You met with him on the 25th, him and Kelly, and you went through all these other statements you told us about yesterday. And there were these conflicts and so on, but you didn't clear it up with him on the 25th.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct, my Lord.
And during the week,
En hierdie week,
the team also formulated some open questions that you still wanted clarity on.
en die span ook 'n ander vraag gehad wat oorgestaan het wat die duidelik gehad het.
Vol duidelik gehad.
Dit ja.
Wat ek vol duidelik.
Dit is goed.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct, my Lord.
So even though he would tell you what was in the statement he made to Milstein, that wasn't enough because you wanted to hear these other things. And clarity.
En iets wat gesê wil Milstein, maar dit was nie genoeg nie. Jy moet nog meer gehoor het. Of uitgevind het.
Daar was 'n onduidelikheid geweest oor en die vraag het die onduidelikheid geskep. So ons okay, kom ons gaan aan die onduidelikheid toe in. Maar laat ons eers die verklaring deurgaan. Vertel jou storie soos jy mos nou sê, en dan gaan ons stap by stap aan die onduidelikheid.
There was things that were unclear, my Lord, so I said, let's go through your statement and we took it step by step.
Dit was deel van die beplanning geweest.
That was part of the planning.
You see, my instructions are that my client can't remember any of what you're saying now about the uncertainties and other information. There's nothing like that was said to him after he has now related the story that, and not when I say story, not that it's not true, his information that he's given the police for a long time, for weeks. His instructions are the following. After he has now said everything that he has already said.
Excuse the reklaarbare. Kan ek antwoord op die eerste instruksie?
Okay.
Sorry, my Lord, can I just answer the first instruction?
As hy reg verstaan van meneer Harms,
If I understand Ms. Harms correctly,
en dan my gevra dat sy kliënt weet nie van almal die goed nie.
he said that his client is unaware or don't know about these things.
Hy is reg, reklaarbare.
Is correct?
Want sy kliënt was 'n deel van die beplanning nie.
Because his client was not part of the planning.
Now, when I'm saying to you that my client doesn't know about these things are the words and the explanation that you gave to the court, that after he has now informed you again what he knew, you gave evidence in court that you said that you spoke to him and said there are questions and you're not sure about, you want other information. That's what I'm mentioning. You understand?
Verstaan u wat ek hier verduidelik of sê dat my kliënt sê hy kan nie onthou weet nie van waar was onduidelikheid, hy was gevra en van die goed wat u nog verduidelik het te doen.
Reklaarbare. Die kliënt, meneer Harms se kliënt, Boeta, het geweet van die onduidelikheid.
My Lord, Mr. Harms' client, Bucha, knew of the uncertainties.
Why would you say that?
Hoekom sê u dit?
Reklaarbare van toe ons begin gesels, en gesê ons gaan deur dit gaan.
Because when we started talking, we said we were going to go through it.
En dan as daar enige onduidelikheid is of certain vrae sal ons die vrae nou stel en dan gaan ons.
If there's any uncertainty or certain question, then I will explain.
Maar ons het hom nie gesê in die begin van die onderhoud wat die onduidelikheid is.
But we did not tell him at the beginning, or we did not tell him what the uncertainties were.
I want you to understand that I'm putting my client's version to you.
Ek wil u moet verstaan, ek stel u my kliënt se instruksies.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct.
As to what was said
Wat gesê was
by the personnel and from your evidence you included to him, and as to what he told you that day on the 4th of March in Seaborder.
wat in eerste personele of u collega wat daar was en u ook wat nie weet wat my gevra op die vierde van Maart.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Verstaan u wat ek sê?
Ek verstaan die allegasies van die kliënt.
I understand is your client's allegations.
I haven't made any allegations yet. I'm trying to give you the information as to what he says.
Ek het nie gesê dat is enige allegasies, maar ek sê net van u wat my instruksies is van my kliënt af.
Dis gedagbaar.
As to what happened there when he was in the boardroom and you were there and other 6 people were there.
Wat het gebeur die tyd wat u daar was in die boardroom en die tyd wat u daar was met die ander 6 lede.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct, my lord.
So my instructions are, after he has related the information that he has done so many times before,
Die instruksies is dat na hy het gesê wat die informatie wat hy gegee wat hy so aantal keer gegee het.
he says he was told.
Hy sê hy was gesê,
And my Lord, we're back to the famous words.
dat jy nou ons terug na die so baie bekende woorde.
His words is he was told to say, hulle ek praat kak.
They said that I'm talking shit.
en dat ek lieg
And I'm lying
en vandag gaan ek doodgaan.
today I'm going to die.
Heel achtbare, ek het nie dat wat u nou gesê het gehoor nie. Dat wat u gesê het ek nie gehoor nie.
What you just said, I did not hear.
Maybe that's true. Your evidence was that you were in and out the office.
Miskien is waar, want u se getuienis was dat u was in en uit die kantoor.
Correct.
Is it correct?
Dis reg?
That's correct.
And do I understand you correctly? If you had left, you confirmed that Sergeant Fontaine might have been there or he might not have been there.
Dus u sê Sergeant Fontaine kon nog gewees het of nie.
Dis reg gedagbaar, hè?
That's correct, Maroon.
My client's instructions are further then.
My cliënt's instructies is verder dan.
After they have uttered these words to him,
Nadat hulle die woorde nog gesê het,
they cuffed him.
hulle kom gegooi.
His left hand to his right hand.
Sy linkerhand na sy regterhand.
He was told to sit on the floor
Hy was gesê hy moet op die vloer sit
and pull up his legs, his knees towards his chest.
en moet dan sy bene na sy bors trek.
Place his arms cuffed
Hy moet
over
sy,
his knees.
hy moet dan sy hande wat geboei was, sy bene met 'n trek.
His cuffed hands, then placed over his knees that is now against his chest.
Hy moet dan sy hande wat geboei was oor sy bene trek en na sy bors trek.
Are you with me?
Is die saam met my?
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct, Maroon.
Can you visualize that? Do you want a demonstration?
As ek nog van u verduidelik, kan ek u nie sy kop
Are you flexible enough, Mr. Adams?
I actually am.
kan jy dit in u prentjie steeds.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
That's correct, Maroon.
So you can visualize that.
Ek volg wat Naro sê.
I do for what was Aaron says, Maroon.
But he's still offering to demonstrate it.
Kan jy nog sê wonders?
My Lord is actually considering somebody else demonstrating.
Yes.
Right. Now, keeping that vision in your mind, somebody sitting on his backside, on the floor, knees pulled up, arms over, cuffed in the front. They stuck an aluminium or some metal rod.
Sit hy prentjie nou aan die kop die meneer. Iemand sit op die vloer, die hande is gegooi, was gesê dat hy moes hande oor sy bene sit, en hulle het 'n pyp gesit, 'n ysterpyp deurgesit, terwyl hy op die grond sit.
Remember now, his knees are pulled up, so his arms would be going past his knees and where the bend is. His arms would be going past there. You with me?
Iemand nou, hy is nou sit nie, en is die hande oor sy bene opgetrek is.
Dis reg gedagbaar.
It's so weird.
Then this metal rod or aluminium rod, as he thought it was pushed in from the one side over the arm, the right or left arm, whichever side it came on first, over the arm and under the legs,
Hierdie pyp wat deurgesit onder die arms en die bene,
and over the other arm.
op die ander arm.
Do you understand what I'm describing?
Dis
Is dat nie wat ek aan u verduidelik?
Dis reg gedagbaar.
Yes, my Lord.
Have you seen that position before?
Het u voor in die posisie gesien?
Nee, gedagbaar.
Have you heard of it?
Het u van dit gehoor?
Nee, maar ek sal wag het meneer Naro se vir ons wys.
Nou, maar op 'n ander wyse so dat dis 'n harde kyk om te demonstrate.
Well, I've heard of it before,
Maar ek het van dit gehoor
of that position.
in die posisie.
It used to be called the helicopter.
En het begin met die helikopter.
And I will put it to the the witness, Captain Lombard, that was probably not the first time that it has been done to an accused person by officials.
Ek sal dit doen en dat dit was nie die eerste keer wat dit gedoen was hulle verdachte op beskuldig deur beamptes.
Ek kan nie kommentaar lewer oor nie, van ek weet nie van dit nie.
I can't comment on that because I have no knowledge of that report.
And then, what happened? One member took hold of the one end of the pipe.
Dan wat gebeurde dat die een beampte die pyp aan die ander kant gehou.
Another member took hold of the other end of the pipe.
En die ander beampte het op die ander kant van die pyp gehou.
And they raised him in the air.
Hulle het hom opgelig in die lug.
Can you imagine that?
En in die prentjie gesien?
Ek sien die prentjie lag maar.
I do see the picture of the Lord.
Then
right. Can we just swap interpret this again, please? To give Ms. Bilani's voice a rest.
I hear someone.
She started coughing.
I hear so.
Thank you.
My last words were, then they raised him in the air.
My laaste woorde wat gewees het hulle opgelig in die lug.
And I asked you and you confirmed you can imagine that.
Jy het gesê jy kan die prentjie sien.
Correct?
Dis reg maar.
That's correct.
Now, he says after that,
Hy sê na dit
they placed a black plastic bag over his head.
hulle het 'n plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas.
But what he, at that stage, can remember, just before they put this plastic bag over his head, he thinks it's the member who did that, put the plastic bag over his head. He says it looked like a Xhosa man.
Hy sê voordat dit gebeur het, was die plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas deur die Xhosa man.
He also remembers seeing a colored man with a slight beard, or a beard, to some extent a beard.
Hy het ook 'n kleure man gesien met 'n baard, iets van 'n baard.
And he remembers it's the Xhosa man who slapped him very hard in his face.
Hy sê kan hom hoor dat die Xhosa man gemaak het, hy was geklap.
Then the plastic bag was placed over his head.
Toe word die plastiek sak op sy kop geplaas.
And held tight around his neck so he can't breathe. You with me? Any comment?
Dit was om sy net stewig gehou so net kan en asemhaling. Enige kommentaar?
Dit het nie plaasgevind nie.
That did not happen.
Were you there?
Was hy daar?
Ek was in en uit gewees.
I was in and out.
En die verduideliking wat u gee, lyk dit of het klink dit of het 'n tyd geneem het.
The explanation that you give appears that that could have happened for a time, for a period.
I disagree with you, Captain Lombard. I disagree with you. You were, according to your own evidence, in and out a number of times. You got.
En gedeeltes gesê hy was in en uit vir 'n paar jare.
Dis korrek, Elagman.
That's correct, man.
And at times probably 10 to 15 minutes, that was your evidence.
Ek het so tussen 10 en 15 minute was gedeeltes.
Dis korek.
That's right.
Now put it to you, where somebody is in that position as we've now described, cuff, lift up, plastic bag. It'll take literally 10 seconds to remove the pipe, take the plastic bag off, and he'd be able to stand up. Do you agree with me?
Hierdie proses wat dit nou gewys het aan die persoon so. Hoe was op en af met die plastic op zijn kop, met die pijp. Dat zou een paar secondes nemen. Zal je met zijn samenstelling?
En achtbare, ik krijg niet kennis van die voorvallen of dit al ooit gezien het is. So ik kan niet commentaar leveren hoe lang het vat.
My Lord, I don't know anything about this incident or what ever happened. I can't give you any comment on it.
The only reason why I'm putting that to you is because I want to demonstrate to you that if you were indeed not there and had not seen this being done, it could have happened in your absence.
Hij demonstreert dan iets, zoals ik zo gezegd, die was eten van de controle. Als die zo gebeurde, ik kon het niet waarnemen.
Het is recht in de achtbare, ik verstaan.
I understand.
Thank you. Now, just to cut the proceedings short, my client's instructions are this position that he was placed in, with the pipe, the handcuffs, the plastic bag over the head, carried on for a long time.
Dus kan ook zeggen, die positie wat in geplaatst was met die pijp, die zwart zak om zijn nek, met de aangoeien aangegaan voor de tijd.
Repeatedly. Any comment?
Herhaaldelijk. Enige commentaar?
En achtbare, zoals ik getuige het ook genoemd heb naar Harmse. Nou voorin was ik hier altijd op en af geweest.
As I testified and also mentioned on to Mr. Aronson.
So ik verstaan niet wat meneer Harmse nou gesê dat dit oor 'n lang tydperk plaasgevind het. Het dit aan een plaas gevind? Het dit aan mekaar plaasgevind? Hy is daar so duidelik op.
No, the way I understand it, Mr. Adams, you can confirm that this whole action of cuffs over knees, pipe through, black bag, twist, that happened repeatedly. So
indeed, my lord.
So the suggestion is that by the times that you were not in the office, it could have happened when you come back, the pipes pulled out, bags taken off, man stands up or sit down, you would be none the wiser. That's the suggestion.
Soos ek voorheen gesê het, ek kan nie onthou of dat ek enigstens vir die twee Boeta en Stefano gesien het dat iets moes gebeur het met hulle as ek ingekom het. Van as ek net myself kan imagine wat meneer Harmse sê, met die swart sak oor die kop, al het in die lig gaan, moes dat definitief sekere body reacties gewees het na as jy weer inkom. Iemand moes gesien dat die persoon moes, ek sal sê, suffocate het, miskien gelyk het, of daar moes angs in die gesig gewees het, of miskien nat gesweet gewees het. Daai goed het ek nie gesien nie, behalwe die feit dat ek gesê het, van die begin af het hulle nervous gelyk.
My Lord, as I said earlier, if this, as Mr. Aronson said, could have taken place, then certain things I would have seen, for instance, like the bag over the head, the handcuffs, and then the pole where they were hanging. I was supposed to pick up something maybe like the person sweat, the person being anxious, and then could see maybe there was something wrong with the person, but I don't say that. I don't see that, my Lord, but I even said to court, but I can observe initially they appeared to be nervous.
So I want to put to you that either you didn't want to see any indications of what was happening there.
There's no voorkomens of in me that will see, but I have plaasgevind het, but I have plaasgevind het.
Or you really didn't see any signs, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Correct?
Of jy het geen teken gesien nie, maar wil sê dat dit nie plaasgevind nie.
Do you agree with me?
Stem met my. Stem saam met my.
Ek stem nie saam met u nie.
I don't agree.
My last statement was that whether you saw it or didn't want to see it, it doesn't take away the fact that it happened just because you weren't there when it happened. You can't say it didn't happen because you weren't there all the time.
You can't say that it gebeur het, maar jy was nie altyd daar gewees nie. Laat het of wat ek aan u wil sê, jy wou dit gesien, maak of jy dit gesien het nie.
My antwoord op dit heel erg is dat ek het dit nie gesien gebeur nie.
I said my answer was that I didn't see that happening.
En soos ek geantwoord het nou 2 vrae gelede, ek het nie die body signs gesien dat moontlike iets waar hulle onder die res kon geplaas het.
I even said earlier, my lord, that I didn't see any body signs that something could have happened.
Was sigbaar met hulle voorkoms behalwe dat hulle die nervous
Which could have been,
outlook gehad het die hele tyd.
we could see something happened to accept that they were very nervous.
My client's instructions are further. They keep telling him, tell us.
Hy het sê dat elke keer gevra gesê, vertel ons.
And while the black bag is over his head, they were hitting with batons on the head, on his feet.
Toe hier die salsa voor sy kop was het ongeslaan met knubbels, voor sy kop, voor sy voete,
on his hands,
voor sy hande.
and he says it was extremely painful as well as he couldn't breathe.
Hy sê dit was baie seer geweest en hy kon ook nie asmaal nie.
Just before the witness answer, just want to check that I have everything. So he was hit with batons on the feet, the hands and the head.
The feet and hands, plural, and the head, yes.
Hands, feet and head.
Indeed, my lord.
And that he couldn't breathe.
He couldn't breathe.
Comment?
Kommentaar?
Knaap, ek het dit gesien nie.
I didn't see that, my lord.
Did you see on the times, because you were going in and out, did you see any batons or a pipe, like an aluminium pipe or something, in the room?
Toe jy nog eten aan jullie kantoor beweeg, het jy enige knubbels gesien, pyp,
Nedelagbare
aluminium pyp?
van daai kantore het net stoele in en tafel.
No, my lord, because that office only has chairs and a table.
Reason why I'm asking you, if this had happened repeatedly, and if the members in the room have to hide it from you, it must then mean, unless there's a space, they have to take the stuff, pack it away. Captain turns his back, now we're going to do it again. Wendy's coming soaked.
Zo'n ander wat is so geval gebeur het waar, sê bijvoorbeeld dat as ook hier Saldanha, kom die kaptein, laat op die mekaar, as as hy spaas is, steek het weer, kaptein weer uitgaan, as commander weer service, kaptein terugkom, soos ons gesê dit sou, dat word weer versteek.
I told you earlier, I'm trying to visualize the room. And this doesn't mean that what the accused says may not be true, but did you see any signs in the room? Because you now told us there were only tables and chairs. Do you know, for example, if it has a tablecloth like this, you can hide it underneath and you won't see it. But just describe to us what the situation was there.
Edelagbare, dit is kantore.
These are offices, my lord.
Die kantore langs die bootkamer is plain kamer
These offices next to the bedroom as witnesses are plain rooms,
met 'n tafel.
a table.
In die een kantoor, die boardroom, ek dink het 2 of 3 tafels, 'n bietjie langer tafel.
But the boardroom is between the 2 or 3 longer tables.
En dan is daar stoele.
Then there would be chairs.
En waar Boeta gewoon 'n vraag gewees het, eers in die boardroom en toe later toe die ander persoon kom na die kantoor langs aan, kon hulle nie vir my gesien het aankom nie.
Yeah, if that the person, because of interviews was taking place in the boardroom and in the next office. On my way, they wouldn't have been able to see me. They couldn't have seen me.
So En ek het ook nooit gesê, okay, ek kom oor 10 minute of 5 minute nie. Ek loop en ek kom.
I didn't even inform that I would come back between 10 and 15.
So op die vraag,
10 minutes, I would just come and go.
ek het geen wapens, stokke, pale, eisters, soos pale gesien nie.
I didn't see any weapons like rods or poles,
As ook 'n swart sak.
and also not a backpack.
There was no mention of poles, Captain Lombard. A pole is something else to a rod.
Wanneer Armse het gesê sy kliënt sy kop was toegemaak met 'n sak of 'n swart sak. Toe was sy kliënt met 'n batten oor die voete en die kop geslaan en lagbare
In die hande.
in die hande. Ek het my gevisualiseer dat nou sit ek hang nou hier bo, my kop is toe, hoe weet ek hulle slaan my met 'n batten? Terwyl ek hang.
I visualized the scenario painted by Mr. Armse that his client was the bag over his head and then was hit with the baton on the hands, head and feet. How do a person make out as to what that the person must be beaten with a baton?
En my ondervinding, as toe ons as kinders gewees het gespeel het met swart sakke, kon ek nie die swart sak gesien het.
In my experience as a child when we were playing using black bags, I could not see through a black bag.
You are right, I agree. You can't see through that black bag. Now,
Yes, reg, some can be a swart sak sien nie.
his instructions, they told him, if you are ready to talk,
Hulle het hom gesê, as jy gereed is om te praat,
shake your head
jy moet die kop skud,
and we'll take the black bag off.
dan sal hulle die swart sak wegmaak.
And at times, he couldn't breathe anymore and he thought he was going to die. Then he would shake his head and they would take the plastic bag off. And then he can see.
Sekere periode kon hy nie asemhaal nie. Hy het gedink hy gaan wat gaan toe hy maar met sy kop geskit aan die hoek sien.
Any comment?
En dan kom hy daar.
Ek het dit sien gebeur nie.
I didn't see that happening.
But you agree, then he can see there are patterns there.
Ek was al gewil gewees het lagbare en ek weet nadat iemand gewil gewees het, dit tas jou visie aan.
And I didn't see that, but I know that if that could have happened, that affected the person's vision.
My client didn't say he was throttled, gewurg geweest. He says a plastic bag is over his head and then held tight around his throat so he cannot breathe. He wasn't throttled by it.
I say that
Any comment?
die swart was op sy kop gegooid, geplaas en om die nek was het stewig gehou sodat dit kan asemhaal.
Wat ek gewees wil het, soos u verduidelik het laas.
What I visualized is
Die swart sak is oor sy kop.
the black bag is over my
So hy
head.
is het styf getrek in 'n
Then
werkposisie
pulled tightly
om sy nek.
around his neck.
So dis hoekom ek die woord werk gebruik.
Okay. I can confirm these instructions are not that he was throttled, gewurg geweest. It was just around his head, tight enough so he can't breathe.
But the witness just explains why he used the
Yes, I understand. You understand that, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Do you understand what I'm saying, Captain?
Verstaan jy wat ek sê, kaptein?
Dis reg, dis lagbare.
So what, on your reaction about how could he have seen through the black bag there were battens, he can see there were battens when they take the bag off at the point where he cannot breathe anymore and they told him, shake your head, we'll take the bag off, which he did.
In die geval waar ek is gevra het kon hy gesien het dit nie op knubbels is. Hy kon nie knubbels sien as hy die voorbeeld soos sy kop geskit het dat hy nie kon asemhaal nie. As hy die swart sak verbind dan kon hy dit sien.
Ek hoor het meneer sê lagbare.
And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Adams.
Okay. So you agree with me, at that stage then he can see the battens.
So
He would have been able to see the battens.
as hy die swart sak verbind dan kon hy die knubbels sien.
You agree?
As jy oop is, dan kan jy sien.
When all eyes are open, you can see.
En as jou visie terug het,
When you see terug is. And when my vision is back.
Captain Lombard, I know you're an experienced police officer, but you're not a doctor.
He is a policeman ondervinding, maar hij is niet een dokter.
Julle Agbaar, ek het nooit voorgegee dat ek 'n dokter is nie. Ek het wel gesê uit my ondervinding.
I never said that I am a doctor, my lord, but I said according to my experience.
Have you ever been in a position where a black bag was put over your head and you couldn't breathe?
Was er in een geval waar je zwart zak op de kop geplaatst was, waar je kon asemhalen?
Ek het melding gemaak. As kind het ek al 'n swart sak om my gehad.
I mentioned my lord, as a child, I had a backpack over my
Ons
head.
het gespeel met die swart sak en mekaar gejag gesproken.
We played with blackbacks to chase each other as school kids.
But your reference to that backpack was to the fact that you couldn't see through the backpack. That's your only reference to that backpack scenario of your kids.
Die verwezen was net, ja, persoon kan niet delen, die zwart zak zien, als die verwezen dat we nog kinders was.
Het is reg van ek up to now kan ek nie visualize hoe die swart sak kan sien nie laat bring.
Yes, my lord, even up to now, witnesses, I can't visualize as to how would a person see through a black bag.
I'm going to ask you again, have you ever been in a situation where somebody has put a black bag over your head, held it there so that you can't breathe?
Ik ga vir u weer vra, was u al in 'n situasie waar 'n persoon 'n swart sak op die kop so?
What are you going to say? Something to that effect. He says it's vague. What was said? Who said what? It was vague.
Hulle verwyder toe die sak vanaf sy kop af, hulle vra toe nog van praat. Hy sê dit was vaag geweest.
Then he says
Maar hy het sê ja en hy omgewing.
he has said what he knows.
Hy sê gesê wat hy van kennis daaraan,
Then the process starts again.
maar die proses het weer begin.
Black bag over the head,
Swart sak op die kop,
and he can't breathe, and they beat him.
kan nie asemhaal nie.
Now, your evidence had led that around about 10 o'clock the evening,
Hier getuienis was dat so by 10 uur die namiddag die aand.
you first said 8 o'clock and then you changed it to 10 o'clock the evening.
Hier is gesê die 8 uur toe, die gesê by 10 uur.
You said that the interviews, in Afrikaans, you said the interviews started again, where accused one, you referred to Buddha, and Stefano was still in the boardroom.
Die onderhoudse plaasgevind het met Buddha en Stefano in die boardroom.
You remember that part?
En hoe het dit?
Ja, julle Agbaar meneer, het gesê die interview starts again.
Dat die onderhoud weer begin.
Julle Agbaar, ek het getuig
I testified, my lord,
dat die onderhoude met Buddha, Stefano en daai tyd begin.
I said the interviews at that time started.
En voor daai het ons met die ouens situasie gedeel.
This sorry.
Ek sê voor dit het ons met die ouens situasie gedeel.
And before that, we were dealing with the own situation.
That is correctly just after your evidence about the house that some members had gone, some group had gone to, and you told this court there was nobody. The neighbor had unlocked the house, and you said there was a negative result. You remember that part?
Dit was waar het was dat hier so na die oude man se huis toe, waar hier die deur oopgemaak het, en dan gegaan, daar was niemand die maar die uitslag was negatief. Kan jy dit onthou?
Dis nie reg lig maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, your involvement with the interest in the Owen person and the Owen matter and the house and the group going where did you have these discussions? In FCS?
Die betrokkenheid met die ouens gebeurtenis en alles opgevolg. Dit die FCS.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
So then more than likely you were out of the office, the boardroom or the office for more than 10 minutes at any other time.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord. My lord, I didn't even tell the Afrikaans.
Dis jammer, edelagbare.
Because what your evidence that I'm referring to, after the mention of the House of Owen, or the house that Owen referred the people to, you said it was, at that time your Afrikaans was, dit was nou so voor, first you said 8 uur, and then you said 10 uur die aand.
Vanuit mijn informatie van Owen, die het gezegd was voor de 8 uur, toen zei hij zo voor 10 uur die aand. Eerst had hij gezegd 8 uur, toen zei hij weer zo voor 10 uur.
Remember that? You remember that?
Kan je dat wel ook?
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
And then your next words were in Afrikaans. The interviews started again. Onderhoude het weer begin.
The interviews started again.
Where Boeta and Stefano was still, your words was nog steeds, was in the boardroom.
Waar Boeta en Stefano nog steeds aan die boordroom was.
Remember that?
Kan je dat nou?
Edelagbare, ek het nie die woord gebruik weer begin nie.
I did not use the word again, my lord.
Yeah, he didn't use the word again.
His words were nog steeds.
After he described when the team came back and they gave the feedback, they told them there was no one there, but the neighbor unlocked, but there was a negative result. The words he used was, we decided to start. It was now before 10.
And then directly after that, my lord.
We
I've got
decided,
written down here that onderhoud het weer begin.
I'm sorry? That's how I have it. I don't have the word again. And I write mostly verbatim. So thereafter, what then happened was they decided to take Stevino also next door.
Maybe, my lord, maybe I can take that up if your lordship find this is appropriate time for tea.
Are you going to take a break and then start again?
I beg your pardon, my lord?
Do you want to take a break and then start again?
No, I want to carry on from this point.
It's 11:02. We've been going for more than 2 hours continuously. So let's take a 15-minute break, which will give you an opportunity to go through your notes and also a comfort break at the same time. It's 11:03. Let's make it till 20 past. And then we're going to try and push for the day. We're going to try and...
I'm going to try to be as quick as I can.
No, but I don't want to rush you, but we're going to try and finish at least this witness on the trial within a trial today. At least. I might ask them to call another witness. Yes, thank you. Court adjourned.
Thank you, my lord. Captain Lombard, I just want to finish off to some extent, or a large extent, with my client's instructions. I've already stated it.
Ik kan nu op een zekere stadium als een groot gedeelte van het opsom. Ik heb klaargesteld.
No, my lord, I didn't say I was going to opsum it, my lord. I just said I want to deal with, further deal with it to a large extent.
Ik ga verder met het voortgaan met een groot gedeelte.
We were at the point where your evidence led that it was around about 10 o'clock the evening.
Ons was op het punt waar is was het zo bij 10 uur die aand geweest.
And I was under the impression that your evidence said the interview started again. Let me ask you, that the interview is not, in your understanding or your experience there, did the interviews not start before 10 o'clock that night?
Volgens wat u ken of u aanvulling, het die aanhouding begin bij 10 uur die aand?
Nedelagbare van ons het geconcentreerd op wat ouwen vir ons sê, van ouwen se inligting was, dat hy het inligting wat ons kan help om van Joshlin te vind, so daai was ons eerste prioriteit geweest.
No, my lord, because we were dealing with the information from our own said it's got information which may lead for us to find Joshlin. That's what we focused on then.
And now, when you were dealing with the Owen matter, I have already asked you, you were away longer, you confirmed that, correct?
Toe eerlijk is, was met die oude gedeelte was nie weg geweest, rechts.
Ek verstaan nie as
when I say you were away, I mean from where accused 1 and accused 2 had been held or not held, were kept, were present in the boardroom or in separate offices. You were away from there while you were dealing with the Owen matter.
Toe een op jezelf met die Owen issue, was hij nog weg van waar beskuldigde 1 en 2 was.
My lord, but I'm sorry, but that wasn't the evidence. The evidence was that I'm sorry. It's dead. My apologies, my lord, but the evidence was that accused 1 and 2 were kept in the boardroom. And it was only after he returned, when the interviews were to start, that that Stefano was taken to another office.
That's right. But the way I understood, just repeat the question, because the question was when the team went to the house, he wasn't with them upstairs. Captain Lombard. That's how I understood that you wanted to say. I will, so just repeat it, and one question at a time. I made the point the other day. I don't know, maybe things have changed over the years. But I firmly believe that when one cross-examine, that you ask leading questions.
I will proceed, my lord.
That's how we used to teach the young practitioners when I still did that. Yes, thank you.
So I'm putting it to you, Captain Lombard. As I understood your evidence, you were busy with the Owen matter. It took some time, and you were not at the boardroom or office where accused 1 and 2 were being held.
Hy was besig met die issue met Owen en hy was nie waar beskuldigde 1 en 2 was en boardroom en aan die kantoor.
Agbare, die Owen matter het geëindig totdat wanneer ek die results ontvang het.
ended when I received the results.
Ek het getuig dat die interview het ek onder by FCS gebou gedoen.
I said that the interview I wanted to
FCS gebou.
The interview was at the FCS building.
Na die interview het van die spanlede die perseel gaan doen en ek het agtergebly.
After the interview, then some of the team members left and I remained behind.
Ek het ook melding gemaak dat Kelly was ook nie by die FCS gebou.
I even mentioned that Kelly was also at the FCS building.
Dat ek ook saam Kelly en Owen hulle buite gestaan het terwyl hulle gerook het.
Then I was standing outside with Kelly and Owen whilst they were smoking.
En dat ek ook in daai tyd die boonste kantore besoek het.
That's also during that stage that I visited the offices.
Van ek het deel van dit was wat Kelly gevra het as Boetakai die hele tyd.
That was part of when Kelly asked them every time as to is Buta okay.
Yes. But at that time, accused 1 and 2 were there. They were held. There were members with them, and you were not there.
Daar stadium was die lede daar gewees. 1 en 2 was daar gewees.
Daar was tye wat ek nie daar gewees het.
There were times that I wasn't there. There were times I wasn't there.
His evidence was that he went there a few times during that period. The way I noted it, that the team had left, it was before 8 o'clock. There were some members that remained behind and in small talk with Owen and Kelly. He instructed Owen not to share this information with Kelly. They were smoking. Kelly was concerned about Buddha, and I see that I changed the pencil. I changed the pencil midway through that paragraph, but it ended up with him saying, I went up a few times.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Yes.
The evidence was then that, and the words that you use was ons het besluit to take S out of the boardroom to an office next door. You remember that?
Dis korrek te lag, maar.
That's correct, my lord. You
Now-
with us.
Now, give the court an idea. What was that time? Was that now after 10 o'clock at night?
I don't know whether it's the microphone, but I can't hear you, Mr. Harms.
Sorry, my lord.
That's fine. If you need us to adjust it, then we can. But I couldn't hear the last question. I was concentrating on listening to because you used the Afrikaans ons het besluit, and it was then translated as us. But in the context, it was slightly different. So I was looking at my notes to try and change it. Maybe that's why I didn't hear you, because it should be we decided.
Thank you, my lord. I'm putting it to you, Captain Lombard, that when you decided, or that you decided
2 hours later.
to take Stefano accused 2 out of the boardroom. Do you remember that?
2 years of Stefano 18 between.
Dis reg te lag, maar.
That's correct.
So what I've asked you is, what time was that? It was after 10, obviously, 10 o'clock the evening.
Hoe laat sou dit wees was so 18 uur na 10.
As ek kan regonthou het ek gesê miskien voor 10 o'clock, net na 10.
If I can remember correctly, what I said can be before 10 o'clock, just after 10.
Maar dit was in die omgewing geweest van 10 uur die aand.
But it was in the direction of 10 o'clock at night.
But the accused, as I understand it, both had been interviewed by somebody or by you or other personnel, questioned long before 10 o'clock.
En wat ek kan onthou dat die beskuldigdes was van die vraag van die persoon lang voor 10 uur.
En Arbeider, dit kan moontlik wees dat iemand vir hulle gevra het,
It's possible that someone might have asked them,
maar volgens die instruksie wat ek gegee het is dat ons gaan die onderhoude begin as ons klaar is met die ouen mette.
the instruction I gave is that they're going to start the interview after we finish the Owen matter.
You see, my instructions are, and I'm putting it to you, that accused one says and will say that when this physical assault, which can be termed torture, occurred on him, accused two was present in the same room.
Skuldigdes op nummer 1 sal verdere instruksies laat tel. Gedurende tyd toe die marteling voortgaan, voortduur, was beskuldigd met twee met op in dieselfde vertrek.
Your comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek het dit nie gesien nie.
I didn't see it.
Of tekens dat so iets wel plaasgevind het nie.
Or signs that something like that could have happened.
My instructions are further from accused one. After this cuffing, lifting up, beating, that incident that I described, or process that I described, they would stop and then they would do that to accused two.
Beskuldigd nummer 1 se instruksies verder dat hierdie proses wat hulle so wat hulle by die verdediging het van hierdie geboeiery, ophangery, slaandery, as het met hom klaar is, dan sal hulle begin beskuldigd nummer 2.
Any comment on that?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek het geen kommentaar, ek luister na jy meneer.
No comment, my lord.
And my instructions from accused one is that he could hear, now he's sitting there here and see what was happening to accused two.
Hy sê verder, hy kon sien en hoor wat die beskuldigd nummer 2 sal gebeur.
He could see and hear what's happening to accused two,
Hy kon sien en hoor wat die beskuldigd nummer 2 sal gebeur,
same as he experienced.
sodat hy ook van ervaar het.
And you didn't see that.
Hy sê hy het dit gesien.
Ek het dit nie gesien nie.
I didn't see that, my
Ek het
lord.
ook die tekens gesien dat so iets wel plaasgevind het nie.
And I
Ek
didn't see
agbaar.
any signs that such a thing would have happened.
Now, at some point after that, your evidence led, and I'm going to translate it in English, that the interviews, or during the interviews, I was in and out.
Hier getuienis gaan verder dat gedurende die onderhoud en was ek in en uit.
Because as I get information
Just
from...
one moment, Mr. Adams. Unfortunately, I can't hear you. Can somebody maybe adjust the microphone?
Is it my microphone?
It's your one, yeah. It's maybe just the position. I know it's on, but especially when you refer to your notes, so you look down, and I can't hear. I'm trying to concentrate on the question and the answer. I'm sorry.
Be careful.
There we go. Thank you.
I'll try it this way, my lord.
That's
Thank you, my lord. Captain, as I've said now, your evidence was that during the interviews you were in and out, and as you collected or got information, because accused 1 and 2 had now been, at the time that they had been split, you would go back to the other one.
Hy het gesê in getuienis toe hierdie onderhoud sou plaasvind tussen beskuldiging en 2 waar in aparte vertrekke was. As jy nou sekere inligting sou kry, dan sou jy na die ander een toe gaan.
Dis korrek, die lagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
And you wanted to use that or be followed up, no, not followed up, taken up between accused 1 and accused 2.
Dan sal hy die informasie opneem tussen beskuldigde 1 of 2.
Dat het ek gesê, dit is die plan, die lagbare.
I said that was the plan, my lord.
So what I want to emphasize is and put to you that is before they were split up, these persuasions, physical persuasions and torture took place when they were in the same room together, putting that to you.
En wil net vir u sê, voordat hulle aparte vertrekke was, het hierdie marteling en hierdie persuasions, my lord, oorreding plaasgevind waar hulle nog by was.
And then directly after that,
Just a moment, the witness must
Thank you, Madam.
must still answer. So it's put to you that before they were split between the 2 rooms, that's when the torture and the persuasion took place.
Ek raak nie kennis van so 'n geval hier, en soos ek gesê dat ek sou sekerlik iets of 'n wapen soos meneer wat genoem is deur meneer Harmse kon gesien het in die vertrekke of in daai vertrek.
I have no knowledge about that, my lord. And as I said, as the lawyer said, that I could have maybe seen something like a weapon in the room, in this room.
Thank you.
thank you, my lord. Then your evidence led that Fortuin was leading the interviews.
Hy het gesê, Sergeant Kaptein was die leier in hierdie onderhoud.
Is that correct?
Dis reg, die lagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, please explain to the court so that I can also understand exactly what you mean by Fortuin. That's a Sergeant David Johannes Fortuin. What did you exactly mean that he was leading the interviews?
Kan u verduidelik as jy so wat ek bedoel as jy sê hy was 'n leier gedurende die onderhoud.
En ek soos ek verduidelik het in hoof dat
As I explained in court, my lord, that
ons het besluit dat een persoon die leiding vat
we decided that one person would take the lead.
van my rol was ook gewees om die 3 kantore te besoek tydens die ondervraging.
And my role was that is to visit the 3 offices during this interview or this questioning.
En dit was belangrik geweest vir die ondervraging asook in 'n ondervraging dat een persoon verkieslik die vraag die onderhoud lei.
It was also important that one person proceed with taking the lead.
See, my instructions are further from accused 1.
Verder instructies van beskuldigde nommer 1
That after this torture, I'm going to stick to the word torture,
Na hy het weer gemaak hulle
repeatedly.
herhaaldelik.
He's not able to say what time it was. He
Hy kan
couldn't
nie sê
see.
wat die tyd dit was nie.
It was late.
Dit was laat.
And he shook his head again and they took the plastic bag off.
Hy sou sy kop skud, dat hulle die plastic sak verwyder.
And he indicated that he will say what they want him to say.
Hy sê verder hy sou sê wat hulle wil hê hy moet sê.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek luister wat jy sê, jy vertel ons nou vir my wat gebeur het. Ek het geen kommentaar op dit nie.
I've got no comment because I'm listening to what you say happened.
You see, your evidence led further which led us now to a person that you referred to in your evidence, which you indicated your attention was drawn to. You didn't give a name as a result of information that you obtained from accused 1 or 2 or both. You remember you gave evidence about a person, a woman.
Dis reg, Lombard.
That's correct, my lord.
Now my client's instructions are
Beskuldige se instruksies aan my is
that person that you refer to in your evidence.
die persoon wat u van melding maak in u getuienis.
He was informed that this is what they want to know. They want to know what her involvement in this matter was.
Dit is wat hulle ook geweet het wat betrokkenheid is in die saak.
What they?
Sorry, the police, the police, the members who were there.
Hulle sou die polisie is. Hulle ook weet wat betrokkenheid was in die saak.
Lombard, as ons moes geweet het
My lord, if we knew
van die persoon
about this person
daar of ver voor die 4de Maart,
long before the 4th of March,
sou die ondersoekspan, whether dit ons gewees het of FCS gewees het, al die persoon sy huis besoek het.
either would have been the FCS or us would have visited the house of that person.
Die persoon het aan ons bekend geword as gevolg van en deur middel van die onderhoud met Boeta en Stefano.
This person became known to us, my lord, because of the interview we had with us, Buddha and Stefano.
Ek kan nie myself indink dat ons die persoon sou gemis het en ouwen gaan doen het. As ons moes gewees het, sou ons die persoon gedoen het voor die maandag, soos ek gesê het.
I don't see myself as dealing with the Owen issue if we knew about this person before then.
Before I go on now with who this person is, I want to ask you, you're the investigating officer.
He is on the
You were present in court in the main trial.
He was involved in work for work.
Dis reg, die Lombard.
And you know exactly which person was mentioned and who I'm talking about now.
He is the person wat toe van melding gemaak is wat ons van praat.
Dis reg, die Lombard.
That's correct, my lord.
Why did you not mention the name when you gave evidence?
Hoekom het u 'n naam nie genoem toe u getuienis gelewer het?
Ek het besluit om nie 'n naam te noem nie.
I decided not to mention a name, my lord.
Why not? She was also an accused in the matter.
Hoekom nie, want sy was ook van beskuldigde in die saak.
As geen spesifieke rede hoekom ek nie 'n naam genoem het nie.
There's no specific reason as to why I didn't mention the name.
Maar ek het melding gemaak met verwysing na toe.
I made mention by referring to her.
To her, no name.
Her name.
The witness was also not asked by the prosecutor leading him what the name was. I still don't know who it is.
It'll become evident.
Yeah, I still don't know, and I didn't know why she didn't ask the question, but I was waiting because I only became aware this morning what the challenge to the admissibility is. You will recall that we met in chambers yesterday during the period that accused number 3 had to be attended to, and I wanted to know from counsel. And you know what happened there. That's when I said they will deal with it in open court. Because I wanted to limit the proceedings, if necessary, so that we don't have unnecessary witnesses. That's not relevant to the issue that I have to determine. But I didn't get the cooperation from counsel. So I wasn't aware. If you know who the person is asking, he wasn't led on it. Yes.
My Lord, if I may,
Yeah.
If
Do you have an
there's-
objection?
That's it.
Do you have an objection? Then you sit down, please. Carry on, Mr. Haram, so we're wasting time now.
My instructions are this: the name of this person, what did you report, and that
You should have known, you do know that. It is Makalima, alias, or shall I put it the other way around, Pumza Sigogo, alias
Pumza.
Makalima. Pumza Sigogo.
How do you spell the surname?
My Lord, there's different spellings on the SAP 14A I have in front of me. It is Pumza, and sometimes it's spelled Phumza, and sometimes just Pumza, the name. And then the surname is either Sigoga or Sigoqa. I don't know which is the correct one.
Okay, I'm just going to note the first name then because
Pumza.
can't you make it out from the handwriting? Captain, what's the full name?
Dan u het so naam onthou?
'n Naam is Pumza edelagbare, maar die van begin met 'n S. Ek kan nie die pronunciation. Dis goed met die pronunciation nie.
The name is Pumza, but the surname starts with a S.
Ek dink is Shikwa.
Is she on the list of witnesses?
Sy deel van as om 'n lees van
Dis sy is definitely ja, edelagbare.
Is that the woman in the cream house?
as die dame uit die
Dis reg edelagbare.
On the corner
op die hoek.
Ja,
with a neat garden
dis reg edelagbare.
and two aluminium frames in front of the house, one to the left, one to the right.
Dis korrek edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Know exactly where the house is.
K54.
Is that the person? Just get a name from the list of witnesses. Okay. It seems to me it's Pumza Sikaka.
Pumza Sikaka.
Thank you, my Lord.
It's witness number 55 on the list.
Your evidence led that you obtained, you or your team, either yourself or Sergeant Fontaine and your team, obtained this information from accused 1 or accused 2. You can't speak for accused 2.
U het gesê julle hierdie informasie gekry van 'n beskuldige nommer 1
Of 2.
of 2.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
Dis korrek edelagbare. Ek het ook genoem dat
That's correct, my lord. I further mentioned.
ek het later vasgestel dat Stefano het die naam eerste gegee.
I further get to know that Stefano was the first person to mention the name.
Well, accused 1 can't argue with that. can't confirm it, neither can he deny that. My question to you is then, can you say that my client brought that name up from himself? Or was it you who came there, or your colleague Fortuin, who came and gave him the name and asked him about it?
Ek kan nie spesifiek sê of dat ons hom die naam gegee het,
I can't say specifically we gave him the name,
of dat hy die naam eers aan ons gegee het, nie.
or he first gave us his name.
Maar die naam was aan hom bekend en hy het ook vir ons verwys na die persoon toe.
But the name was known to him, and then he also referred us to this person.
I just want to take a step back. You told us that you later on learned that, or you later learned, I don't know when, that Stavino came up with the name first.
Sy het sê later uitgevind dat Stavino die eerste persoon was wat die naam opgekom het.
Dis reg,
That's correct, my lord.
So is it then possible in this to and fro between the offices that the name you get a name and you then go and confront the other person, that you then, you entered the name into that discussion, as Mr. Adamson says?
As it dan
Is it possible?
Eten van hierdie kantore was, ek kon hierdie aan beskuldigde ingesê.
Die moontlikheid bestaan nie,
The possibility, there is a possibility, my lord.
So that is then my client's instructions and his recollection of the events that he was referred to, this woman that was known as Makalima. And it was put to him and he was told that you will admit, you will say that she is the one who was involved in the receiving or selling of the child.
Beskuldigde nommer 1 sou sê, hy was gesê dat hierdie dame so betrokke was in die ontvangs of die verkoop van die kind.
Or the buying of the child.
Of die verkoop van die kind.
Your comments?
Of die verkoop van die kind.
Ek dra geen kennis van dit en soos ek sê, soos ek verstaan het Stefano het met die naam uitgekom.
I have no knowledge about that, my lord, as I understand that Stefano was the one who came up with the name.
Ek is sekerlik as Boeta sou gesê het, of hy het die opportunity gehad om te sê dat hy ken nie die persoon nie, of dat die persoon nie betrokke is nie.
You would have know the person, could have just said, I don't know the person.
You are well aware.
Mr. Adams, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, my lord.
I just want to know whether I may be misunderstood all the issues raised this morning. And I'm going to fast forward to an inquiry that might or might not take place at a later stage. Is it the suggestion that what ultimately found its way into the statements that were recorded, I mean, I don't mean recorded, it might have been
written down.
Yeah, because remember we had the debate about the meaning of the word another day. The source of that information It's not from the accused, your client, I'm just dealing with him now, but from the police.
Yes. Yes, that's my client's version.
Is that your client's case?
Yes. That person was mentioned to him.
Does that then mean...
And it was suggested that that person was the one, as I stated to you now,
Well,
is the one who brought the child.
if the contents of the statement that was ultimately recorded, the allegation is made that it, and in this case, it originates from the state, from the police. And it's maybe something that the parties can ponder on over the weekend and do your research. So it might be, if that is the case, that the two inquiries get collapsed, because then I'm entitled, the last time I checked the law, it might have changed. I would then be entitled to interrogate the contents of the statement as part of the trial within a trial. You've now confirmed that is your case, so you better tell me on Tuesday morning, because then the lay of the land changes in the trial within a trial. And I've now confirmed your version as what your case is, and I'll check with accused number 2 when we get to accused number 2's case. Because on what you told me now, on the face of it, the last time I checked, and I haven't done criminal matters with confessions, I don't think in the last 26 years I've done one. I think I was still an advocate when I dealt with it, way before. But then the contents becomes admissible. So I just thought because I picked it up from the question you asked and the statement you made.
My Lord, I can address your Lordship on that on Tuesday. I submit, and I will argue, if it's needed to be argued, that as I understand admissibility of a confession, that if it's not done, the basic approach is if it's not done freely and voluntarily, it's not admissible, irrespective of what the source of it is.
The parties can address me on that issue on Tuesday. Some homework. I will also go and do my research as far as I can. Thank you.
Lord, I'm not going to take it much further. I just want to refer to this incident where
we're still with the person whose nickname is Makalima.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Your evidence led that you brought that person, Makalima, Bumza. I'm not going to try and pronounce her surname. Your team went to her house, brought her husband and her 2 kids to see border officers. You remember that?
As toen hij reis toe waren voor Pumza, gaan we samen van ieder parcel kinderen naar 9 naar Seaboard gebracht.
Dat is recht,
That's correct, my lord.
Now, I put to you further that you were very well aware as the IO in this matter that who this is Makalima is. You knew very well from all the information that you've obtained that it was alleged that she was a younger sister.
Je het zelf weet dat zij de younger sister zou wees.
No, that was... It could be that the interpreter heard wrong. But Mr. Harams had put it that it was Ayanda's, not the younger.
Ayanda's sister.
It sounds...
Ayanda's sister.
It sounds very similar.
Thank you, my lord. I apologize. I didn't even listen to the interpreter.
Okay.
So you were aware that it's Ayanda's sister?
Reeds geweet dat sy Ayanda se suster was.
En agbare wel aware wat is tyds van die aand.
I'm asking you a question about your information that you had as an IO in this matter. You knew from information that you've gathered that the person known as Makalima and her name is Bumza was alleged to be Ayanda's sister.
Inligting wat u sou gekry het voor die alreeds geweet Makalima sou die jonge suster van Ayanda wees.
Can we place it in time before the interviews with the accused? Is that what you say?
Yes. Over the period of the investigation of this matter.
In the run-up to the night of the 4th.
Indeed.
During die ondersoek tot by die 19 het jy al geweet dat Makalima suster van Ayanda wees.
Nederlag maar.
No, my lord.
Beg the court's indulgence, I'm just looking for a document.
Yeah, which one are you looking for? Which one are you looking for, Mr. Adams? I might find it quick.
It hasn't been handed up, my lord.
Not been handed up?
No, it hasn't been handed up. I'm not going to hand it up now. I want to refer to it. It's a colleague of his.
I saw the name Makalima in one of the documents. That name is in a typed statement.
Yes.
That was handed up as an exhibit. And there were 3 or 4 that were typed. It was the 2 first police persons, Gongota Kobese, Mr. Van Ryn's statement was typed, Mr. Sergeant Milstein had a typed statement. So it could be that the name had featured just in passing in one of that. But I saw the name Makalima typed.
Yes.
In a typed document.
Yes, my lord. It emerged in the main trial from a number of witnesses or the statements that were made. And that's why it was also a point of interest at the inspection in loco. That's what she did.
Did you find the document?
Yes, my lord. Yes. I'm not going to hand it up. I just want to ask if he knows about it.
Whose statement is that?
It's a statement of Felicia Ingrid Johnson. You aware of her?
I don't have it.
No.
You're not going to hand it up?
No, I'm not going to hand it up. I want to ask the captain if he's aware of a statement that Felicia Ingrid Johnson made on the 6th of March 2024 at 22:50.
Is he now aware? Is he now aware of that statement?
Was he aware?
Or was he aware on the night of the questioning?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Adamson, with tears in my blue eyes that I don't have, you tell me, you read out, the statement was made on the 6th of March 2024. How can you ask him whether he was aware of that statement on the night of the 4th?
No, I'm not asking you that, my lord. I'm asking him now.
That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, then I'm
are you?
No,
that's what I asked you.
Yeah, no. Then I'm
so your question, is he now aware or was he aware on that night?
No,
and then you tell me that night, but you yourself read out 6th of March. I haven't seen the document.
Yeah. My lord, I misunderstood if your lordship asked me if he knew then, when the statement was made. That's what I'm asking him now.
You want to ask him whether he now knows?
If he knows the person who made the statement, and that she made a statement on the 6th of March.
Okay. That I want
Captain, that's the question. You recognize the name Felicia Ingrid Johnson?
Kan u die naam onthou?
Ja, het agter is deel van die ondersoekspan.
She's part of our team, my lord.
And this being a year later, you would have seen that she made a statement on the 6th of March 2024.
U het ook gezien dat ze een verklaring zo gemaakt had op 6 maart 2024.
Sy het 'n hele paar verklaringe gemaak. Ek kan nie al die datums sien nie.
She made a few statements, my lord. I can't say which date.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Let's just go on to that night.
If you want to show him the statement, I saw yesterday that he found it easier to look at it on his laptop. If you want to show him the statement, or if somebody can show him the statement, if you want to pursue the point.
As dit die A1 verklaring nie lag maar.
I don't know what it says A1 on the document, but then
ek is wat van die verklaring wat deel maak.
I'm aware of the statement.
Wat deel maak van die dossier.
Makes part of the docket.
Maar ek weet nie die datum, ek kan die datum sê wanneer dit gedateer is nie.
I don't know the date when it was dated, my lord.
Yes, I can understand that. And that this person, Pumza, I want to get back to that now. Are you aware of the document that I referred to now? We'll get back to that. Your evidence was that
Just a moment. Are you going to deal with the document? Let's deal with it. Or you're not going to deal with the document?
Well, look, I'm not going to hand this document down.
No, but are you going to deal with the document? The witness now says he's aware of the document. In fact, he was the one that said, is it the A1? And then you said it was marked A1. So you're talking about the same document, and he says he's aware of it. So deal with it if you want to, because we can't jump back and forth.
My lord, this
Mr. Harms,
this document belongs in the main trial.
Just on a lighter note. On a lighter note. Right? All of us, including your colleagues, have to sit on the West Coast Road this afternoon. And the first day of the school holidays start today. You're fortunate. You are just going down the road in an opposite direction. Don't let them blame you on Tuesday for getting home after dark tonight.
Thank you, my lord. I'm going to cut this short. I want to finish dealing with Macarena, and we all know now who Macarena is. Captain, you know?
Excuse?
You know who Macarena is. When I mentioned Macarena, you know who that is.
Macarena is wat ek nou van melde gemaak het.
En ek Makalima
of Makalimo sometimes.
Sy het bekend aan ons boodskap gesê dat
She became known to us that night.
After
the questioning.
As I put to you, you brought her husband and 2 kids to Seaborder.
Ek het voorheen dit al klaar bevestig.
Yes, your evidence led to that.
Ek het dit bevestig,
I confirmed it already, my lord.
And you said they slept there that night.
Jy het gesê dat hy daar oornag.
En ek het nooit die woord gebruik dat hulle geslaap het daar nie. Ek het gesê aan hoof, ek het vir hulle gaan comfortable maak, die man en die kinders in die kantoor van die forensic social worker.
What I said, my lord, I put them into the office of the forensic social worker.
That's not what the witness said. I happen to understand Afrikaans. The witness said he made them comfortable in the office of the forensic social worker. The English is the official court record, and it must be precise. Proceed, Mr. Harms.
Thank you, Manon. They were there. Her and her husband. Did you take a statement from them that night?
Die eegenoot en die dame het weer verklaring van hulle gedaan.
Van Makalima se man hierdie agbaar.
Of both of them?
Beide.
Makalima se man nee en die kinders minderjarige kinders.
I can't hear. It's a ring.
Makalima se man, ons het nie verklaring van hom bekom nie. En haar kinders is minderjarige kinders.
Didn't take a statement from the husband of Makalima, and children are still minors.
Okay, I don't know why the question was put so wide. Did you take a statement from her? Did you take a statement from her?
Die het dit klaar van aangeneem.
Makalima, daar was 'n waarskuwing van Makalima geneem die volgende dag.
There was a warning of statement taken from Makalima the next day.
In die oploop na die eerste verskyning toe.
On the route to the first appearance.
Captain, you are as well as aware as I am that Pumza Siko, I can't pronounce that word, her rights were read to her. She was served as SAP 14A on the 5th of March, 04 hours. 0400 hours.
Het is direct vandaag, maar die opdracht was dat zij moet aangehouden worden.
Ja, dat is correct, man.
Ik is bewust van die 14A, wat ik zei, 4 uur die ochtend van die 5e.
I'm aware of the 14A at the 4 o'clock in the morning.
And you didn't take a statement from her?
Je hebt die verklaring van haar geneem?
Zoals ik nou net gezegd heb, daar was een waarschuwing van haar verklaring gevat met die oploop naar die eerste verschijning toe.
As I said to the court, my lord, there was a warning statement taken from her on the route to the first appearance.
Maar niet daar ochtend van die 5e.
Not that morning of the 5th.
Excuse me, dag madam.
Can you recall when the first appearance was?
Die eerste verschijning was donderdag die 7de maart in Vredenburg magistraat.
The first appearance was Thursday the 7th of March.
Vredenburg landruskantoor. Landrushof was kiesdag.
Vredenburg Magistrates Court, my lord.
I put it to you that my client's instructions are,
Client's instructions us,
in terms of your evidence where you said that you were told by accused one, if you want to know what happened, go ask Kelly. He never said that.
Hy sê dat die persoon met die getuienis dat hy so gesê dat vra vir Kelly, hy het dit nooit gesê.
Maar dit is wat hy gesê het.
That's what he said, my lord.
Accused one will also say that by the time you, according to your evidence, said you got information that accused one wants to talk, wants to tell the truth, that was after the assaults and the torture.
Beskryf nommer 1 is dat die tyd toe hy so verneem dat hy oor die waarheid praat, dat was na die gemartel en Islam.
Any comment on that?
Ja, kommentaar?
Lagbaar is ek voorheen gesê, ek weet nie van enige aanranding op beskuldig nommer 1 nie.
As I said before, my lord, I have no knowledge of assault on accused number 1.
So ek kan dit nie bevestig nie.
Then that I cannot confirm that, my lord.
My final statement to you Sorry, I missed something. Sorry, my lord, just another thing. My client's instructions are further that this so-called confession that was conducted with him by Lieutenant Colonel Pretorius, am I right there? My memory?
I can't hear you.
Your
client's instructions are further that the so-called confession, that's where I lost you.
Instructies obvious, and for me, so say,
that confession that he made, the so-called confession that he made, was made there at sea border premises.
Dit was toe gehandel daar by sea border se perseel.
Dis korrek dat hulle gebeurde dit daar plaasgevind.
That's correct, that's where it took place.
Your evidence this morning regarding no report about my client's allegations of assault, that there was no report, nobody said anything, he didn't complain.
Ook al het enige getuie gesê daar was geen rapport met bewering dat beskuldigde nommer 1 sou aangeraand was nie.
Surely you must agree that when you are tortured to that extent and you are threatened with death, you're not going to make a report to anybody.
As 'n persoon so gedreig was met enige verdere ander persoon sal nie so rapport gee nie.
You agree with me?
Die moontlikheid bestaan dat iemand nie sal praat daaroor nie, maar as jy eerste geleentheid kom wanneer jy kan gaan sal dit vir iemand sê.
The possibility stands a person may not, but if you get first opportunity to tell a person, you'll tell a person.
En soos ek vanoggend vertuig het, edelagbare, daar was geen melding gemaak van 'n regsverteenwoordigers by die hof tydens enige hofsitting dat daar enige aanranding op enige van die verdagtes plaasgevind het nie.
And as I said when we assisted to court this morning, my lord, as far as them appearing in court, none of the legal representatives who represented the accused person was there any mention made of any assault.
Did you?
Mr. Adams, your client had his hand up for some other reason. Can you just check with him?
Thank you, Mr. I apologize, my lord. My structures are, and that accused one did mention this aspect of the torture to Mr. Smida, who was his legal representative, either his or theirs, when they appeared in the Vriendenberg court.
Skuldige nummer 1 sê het dit aan 'n sekere procureur juffrou Smith of iets. Smida.
I think it's S. Smida or something. Yeah, yes. Yes. That's how it's
Smida, waar hy toe gemeen gedeel het in verband met die aanranding. By Landros kantoor in Vredenburg.
You know about that?
Try kennis daarvan?
Ek weet wie Mr. Smida is.
I know who Mr. Smida is, my lord.
Maar soos u nou gevra het of ek saamstem, ek dra nie kennis van dit nie. Okay. En meneer Smida het niks met ons of met die hof meegedeel van die moontlike aanranding op die kliënt nie.
As I said, my lord, I have no knowledge and at no stage did Mr. Smida share with us or with the court that of assault which could have taken place.
My instructions are further that he was told by Mr. Smida just wait till you get to the High Court trial.
Hy was toe vir die mens ons my gesê dat jy moet dit sou behou tot die hogere hof sou uitkom. Enige kommentaar?
Ek het geen kommentaar te lag, maar
No comment, my lord.
You are aware of the J88 and the contents of the J88, which was compiled by the doctor when accused one went for an medical at Friedenberg Hospital the morning of the 5th of March 2024. You know that?
Hy is bewus van 'n verslag aan J88 wat so uitgevul was toe beskuldig nommer 1 so geneem was na Friedenberg Hospitaal vir ondersoek.
dis reg uitlegbaar.
That's correct, my lord.
You have had it in sight, you've looked at it.
Het die insig daarin gehad? Of het?
Ek het insig gehad.
I had insight into it, my lord.
And what do you say?
Wat sê jy dan?
Did you see? I mean, I'm not going to canvass it with you because you're not the doctor, but
Edelagbare, jammer. Kan ek die dokument kry asseblief?
Can
Ek
I
het kommentaar wat in die
get
dokument
this
aangaan.
document in order for me to comment, my lord?
Yes, my lord. We do intend calling the doctor.
What would be admitted as an exhibit, and we might have admitted as the provision that is exceptional to this exhibit, and it might be after the cross-examination of the other answers, to decide what to do with this.
the handwriting is very difficult to read. I haven't seen your lordships.
My lord, I'm just waiting for the original. It's A30.
I have various copies, my lord.
So this will be the exhibit down
Provisionally allowed.
The copies for this, for now,
It's not been dealt with as hearsay evidence in any event, but it can also be admitted provisionally under Section 31C of the Evidence Amendment Act as evidence, but it might be that it becomes uncontentious afterwards and then we elevate it. Then you can either go under A, whereby agreement, or the last one, I think it's G or H, under subsection 3B. That old, I think it was 1988 or somewhere there. It was in late 80s, early 90s, somewhere there. Was it earlier, 83 maybe? No, it was before. It was before 1983, I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere there.
Can't remember that.
I think the first page I can read. So it looks to me he was taken there by the police. It was done on the 5th of March. Friedenberg. So that Hendrik Jacobus Nel was the doctor.
That was the doctor, my lord, at 9:40 in the morning, the 5th of March.
Okay. See, where's the description? We were dealing with it the other day, so it's 4 of 6 and 6 of 6. So I'm going to go to Do you have the document in front of you, Captain?
Dit is reg, Edel Agbar.
That's correct, my lord.
On my place on record, my lord, it is clear that the doctor has written there an explanation for the injuries as was given to him by the accused, which under the circumstances can be understood. The accused will, Captain, the accused will say, and it is also in this document noted that the police were present in his examination, but it's not said how many police.
Where does it say that the police were present?
In the part 2, my lord, part 2, details of medical legal examination, that is the third page, my lord. 1, 2, 3, third page, part 2, details of medical legal examination.
No, wait. There's the first page is that cover sheet, the one that was where we had the previous one, which was the wrong document.
Exactly the same, yes. Then there's a page that says part 1, my lord.
Okay, part 1.
And then the next page, it says part 2.
Part 2.
And then down at paragraph 4 there. Sorry, there's a second part, a B patient. There's A details and B patient information under paragraph 4 there.
People present during examination and capacity. And it says police.
Yes, police, yes.
That's what you're referring to.
Yeah. My client's instructions are that there were 3 policemen sitting with him there. Police. Policemen that were present at sea border.
Police in border was the sea border.
You see that? I will not see that. I'm putting it to you.
Edel Agbar, wanneer by seebode? Tijdens jullie vragen?
Met die ondervragen. Yeah, with the questioning.
Okay. Tijdens de ondervragen.
When he was beaten.
Toen hij aangerand was.
Edel Agbar, dit is onwaar.
That's not true, my lord.
Rede vir dit is,
the reason for that is,
met my versoek aan Brigadier Nana,
with my request from Brigadier Hanan,
het ek ook gevra dat daar lede moet van die stasies, die stasies in die omgewing of enige ander stasie moet kom om die verdagte te vervoer na die hospitaal toe.
The request was that members from other stations around,
and
if they are available for them to be present to transport this suspects to the hospital.
En ek kan bevestig nie een lid wat deel uitgemaak het van die vervoer van enige van die verdagtes. Ek kan bevestig dat geen lid polisielid wat deel gemaak het met die vervoer van enige verdagte na die hospitaal of van die hospitaal maak deel uit van die ondersoekspan nie.
None of the members assisting to and from the hospital was part of the investigation team.
But you will confirm that accused one was transported from seaborder premises to Vredenburg Hospital.
Masaki dan bevestig dat of saamstel dat verskillende maniere sou vervoer word vanaf seaborder perseel na Vredenburg Hospital.
Dat kon gebeur het?
It could have happened.
No, it can't. That's what happened. He was at the seaborder. There's no evidence that says he went anywhere else. He was there in the morning.
Edel Agbar,
Hy was daar gewees die oggend. Was nergens effens nie.
meneer Harms het 2 vrae voor dit verwys na die lede wat saam met die beskuldigde by die dokter gewees het. Hy het gesê hulle was saam met, sy was deel van die span met die onderhoud. En ek het dit gesê, dit is nie waar nie.
I'm getting to the point of explaining
Kan
why I
ek-
say that.
Nou is dit weer dat die lede, en ek het toegegee dat hy was van Seaborder vervoer, maar dit is verskillende lede as die interviewteam of ondersoekspan.
But you must accept that he is at Seaborder. He gets told, get in this vehicle. There are police officers all over the place. And he was told where he was beaten, you don't say a word about that happened here, otherwise we'll kill you. You will suffer. So how must he know if the 3 policemen accompanying him to the hospital wasn't part of the group there?
He is not part of the group, and so for all as a well, as said that the hotel was as in enige sê, hy vermoed. Zeker is die dat die lede wat van iemand na die hospitaal nie deel was van die lede wat daar was nie.
Edelagbare, kan ek net clarity kry oor een aspek, voor ek die vraag beantwoord asseblief?
Can I just get clarity on this before I answer the question, my lord?
Meneer Harps het eers gesê, die 3 lede wat in die dokter se spreekkamer gesit het, was deel van die ondersoekspan wat hom geïnterview het die aand van die 4de, 5de.
The first was that Mr. Adams said that of the team previous night.
Nou neem hy aan dat enige polisieman wat by Seaborder polisiestasie of perseel gewees het, is deel van die ondersoekspan wat nie waar is nie.
Now I understand that any policeman who was at the Seaborder would be part of the team, of the investigating team, which is not true.
Edelagbare, ek gaan dit weer sê
I
dat
want to say that again, my lord.
geen lid van die ondersoekspan het enige verdagte vervoer na enige hospitaal toe die dag van die 5de Maart 2024 nie.
None of the investigating team members transported the suspects to a hospital on the 5th of March.
And my question to you is, how can you say that he, in his mind, knew or should have known, on what basis, that the police officers taking him to Vredenburg Hospital, there from Seaborder, was not part of your team? How should he have known that?
Hoe kon hy weet, hoe kon hy dit besef dat die policeman wat hom geneem het na Vredenburg was die deel van die ondersoekspan, die 3 policeman?
Ek het nooit verwys dat wat na sy denke nie. En die vraag wat gestel gewees het deur meneer Harps voordat het ook nie verwys na die denke van sy kliënt nie.
My
What he thinks, my lord, the question was not based on what he may think.
My statement to you was that he was under the impression, in his mind, those are people that were part of your team.
Die indruk wat hy geskep het is dat in sy gedagte wat die persoon wat hom geneem het, was deel van die ondersoekspan.
Ja, sorry, lag maar.
Die indruk wat hy gekry is dat die persoon wat hom geneem het na Vredenburg in die hospitaal toe, was deel van die ondersoekspan. Die indruk wat hy gekry het.
I want to put it to you further. There are injuries not listed on here.
Ja, as besering wat nie aangedring is nie.
And I'm placing it on record. That will become, in my humble submission, evident from the video, if it's played, of the so-called confession, that the doctor didn't note. Why? I don't know.
Dat die dokter nie aangebring het sekere beserings wat kan onmoontlik op die video opname kom nie. Die rede daarvoor weet ek nie.
So are you going to introduce the video as part of this inquiry?
My Lord, I would submit that it's going to be important to have.
Well,
that,
of course, if
that
your
video
previous submission is correct, then we'll go the whole 9 yards. If your previous submission that you made earlier of what your case is, then we'll have to go the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Then the video will in any event be part of this inquiry. maybe you should be more precise, because I don't know what you're referring to. I don't have the video in front of me. We only have this document provisionally now. The doctor might testify at a later stage, maybe next week only, so that he can comment.
Yes.
What other injuries than the three basic injuries that we see here? Because there are three.
There are. The right foot.
Or three marks, whether they, and I'll accept their injuries. Doctor says he got informed,
yes,
that the patient, the accused, got injured while being arrested on the 4th of March 2024. And then there was the left eye bruising, left knee, and the right foot. That's what he noted.
Yes. I do want to ask the witness if he had sight of the video, if he watched the video with the so-called confession.
But let's first get these on, because on the video at least the bruising on the left eye, and I see there was some subconjunctival bleeding on the inside. That most probably visible on the video.
Yeah.
But then there was a contusion on the left knee and a contusion on the right foot.
On the bridge. On the bridge.
On the breech of the foot.
Yes.
So I can see that. But maybe point out to the witness, because you are going to the video, the stuff that would have been visible, clearly visible, that he saw on the video, because I'm sure he watched the video.
Yes, I'm going to put it in. Captain, you watched the video, didn't you?
Ek het dit al gekyk,
I watched it all. Yes, my lord.
Did you notice when Colonel Pretorius asked the accused one about injuries that he had? The accused one got up, walked around behind Colonel Pretorius to the right-hand side of where the videographer is. You recall that scene?
Dit kan nie sien maar dat so om teen Pretorius gestap het.
Kolonel.
Wanneer Pretorius gestap het, tot die persoon wat nou die bureau namige die visa was. Heb jy dit gesien?
Maar ek dink dat dit gebeur, jy het die video langs gekyk. So ek kan nie spesifiek.
I think it happened because I looked at it a long time ago.
The reason why he had to walk around is so that the video recording could focus on his injuries. But what I want to point out to you, when we watch the video again, it will be very evident that my client is crippled. And I'll point out even further when we watch the video that his hands is obviously swollen. Hands. His hands.
Both.
At least the right hand. I couldn't see the left hand so clearly, my lord, but at least the right hand was quite
I want
solid.
to note what is being put, what clearly visible on the video. Now, you said he's crippled.
Yes.
So can one see that on his gait, maybe?
Yes.
All right. Then the hands or hand.
Obviously the injuries that was noted. And then what is not noted on the J88, and that's what I would
But
like
can
to...
one see on the video that his hand or both hands are swollen?
Yeah, at least the right hand.
Okay.
His instructions are that both hands were swollen, but his instructions are that his hands both were swollen, but on the video it's evident that his right hand is swollen.
Okay. Right hand. Just so that we limit ourselves for this statement to what's on the video. Any other injuries so that if he can have a look at it, or I'm sure it's here.
My client has demonstrated other injuries, but it's also not noted here.
But he demonstrated more injuries to Colonel Pretorius.
He demonstrated...
And that's on the video.
On the video he demonstrates what the doctor has noted. On the video?
Except for what the doctor has noted. So I'm sure one would be able to see the eye on the video, the left eye. And the others, are they also recorded on the video?
Nothing else is visible on the video. The only thing he did is he lifted his pants up so that one could see his legs and his feet.
So that's also video recorded.
Yeah.
Can you recall, Captain?
Ek kan nie
The statement is that Mr. Paulus walked around to where the videographer was, where he then recorded. Now it's recorded in that sense.
ja.
The injuries. Mr. Harmse puts it to you. It's clearly visible. At least his right hand was swollen.
En agter ek het nie sy hande opgehou nie. Sy kan nie kommentaar lewer op dit nie.
I didn't watch his hands, my lord. I can't comment on it.
I'm sure we'll get to that point independently. Yes.
My Lord, it seems like I should leave it there unless there's something else your Lordship wants me to deal with.
Are you done?
Yeah, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabai. Mr. Blau, I've indicated you can swap.
Thank you, my Lord. Before I start my cross-examination, my Lord, can I have a short break?
We'll do that in a moment. We'll do that in a moment.
Because it's towards one already.
Can we... Do you know where the food is here already? They're here. So it's almost 1:45. Will 20 minutes be enough? And then we go to where we need to go to before we leave this afternoon? Or do you want half an hour? Till 1:15? That'd be enough? I'm going to sit till we get to a point today. 1:15? The sooner we start, the earlier we can finish this evening. Half an hour enough, Ms. Nkabai?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody happy? May not be happy, but you would agree. Thanks. So we're going to take it's slightly more than half an hour till 1:15, when we will resume, and then we will see how far we get this afternoon. Court adjourned.
My Lord, with the lunch break, some clarity came to my mind, or some more. I have forgotten to put one more statement to the witness. Just
Okay,
one.
just put the one more statement. You see now you're in somebody else's house now because everything's been set up for Ms. Kabay.
My apologies, my Lord.
It's
My
fine.
apologies, my Lord. Captain Lombard, I neglected to put something else to you. My client's instructions, finally, when I told you or told the court that they stopped with him there in the room and they went to accused 2.
Die instructies het uit van die kliënt, hulle het gestop met hom daar in die kamer op in die lokaal. Hulle het na beskuldigde nummer 2 toe gegaan.
What the members there in the room did is they took cable ties.
Wat die lede daarvan doen het, hulle die cable ties gevat, soos die probeer wees met die hande eerder.
So they took the cuffs off him and put cable ties around his hand, the big cable ties.
Hulle het die boeie afgehaal van hom, want hulle het die groot cable ties gebruik.
And then they wrapped him in a big flag, a bluish flag. He says it looked like it's a police badge on there, but it's a big blue flag that they wrapped him.
Hulle het hom so gedraai met hierdie groot vlag, blou en kleur, soos daar is ook 'n emblem van die polisie.
You obviously can't say it happened or not.
Jy kan nie natuurlijk sê dat dit gebeur of nie.
Ik krijg niet kennis van zo'n geval nie. En ik weet als die gebouwen heeft vla.
My Lord, I pay no knowledge of such, but what I know is that the building with the office do have flags.
En die vla zal bij seaboarden kantoren wees.
And the flags will be at the seaboarders' offices.
Maar
This is where.
en die kantoren wat ons niet toegang gehad het nie.
But this is
The
where.
offices where we had access to did not have.
En het is algemeen dat bij politiegebouwen vla hangen.
It's a known thing that police offices or buildings, there are flags that are hanging.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kabay. Can we just assist with the microphone, please?
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lombard.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kabay.
Would you prefer Ms. Mkabayi to refer to you as Captain Lombard or as Mr. Lombard?
For me, it doesn't matter.
It's my choice.
It's your choice, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Lombard, you have a beautiful career. I listened when my learned colleague was leading you.
Meneer Lombard, ek het gehoor u het baie mooi loopbaan en ek het geluister soos my kollega vir u vrae gevra het.
Dat is regering.
That's correct, my Lord.
When did you start to be an investigating officer in this matter?
Wanneer u begin om die ondersoekbeampte te wees in hierdie saak?
Ik kan niet een specifieke datum geven.
My Lord, I can't remember a specific date.
Van Sergeant Milstein het ons geleerd, was die investigating officer van die FCS-kantoren.
Because Sergeant Milstein was the leading investigating officer at the FCS offices.
Ons in FCS het samengewerkt en het ons aangewezen dat Sergeant Johnson van mijn kantoor de investigating officer gaan wees, terwijl Sergeant Milstein nog samen met ons geweest het.
And from our offices, my Lord, FCS and our offices work together. So that's when it was taken, a decision was made that Mr. Johnson from our offices will be the investigating officer as well, whilst Mustang was also was part of the team.
En toen was ik aangewezen om onderzoek te leiden.
And then I was told or appointed as the lead investigator.
Do you still remember when you were told to be the lead investigator in this matter?
Kan u nog steeds onthou wanneer was u gesê om die lead investigator te wees?
Ek kan nie 'n datum gee nie, maar ek weet dit was nie lank. Ek sal sê 'n week, maybe 'n week of 2 nadat ons in Saldanha Bay aangekom het.
I can't remember a specific date or day, my lord, but it was not long, it was a week or 2 weeks after we came from Saldanha Bay.
Maar ek was nog vir daai tyd deel van die ondersoekspan gewees.
But in that, I was still a part of the investigative team.
Was it in February or March of 2024?
Was it in February of Maart van 2024?
En lag maar ons die laaste dag van Februarie 2024 hier aangekom.
We came here on the last day of February 2024.
So dit moes in Maart gewees het.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
So dit moes in Maart gewees het.
So it should have been in March, my lord.
So as early as March, you had the details, the information, the investigation about this matter, as early as March 2024.
So vroeg in Maart, u heeft informatie gehad van die staat.
De informatie de eerste keer was in February 2024.
The information was first in February 2024.
I suppose you were present in court in October of 2024 when my learned colleague for the state, Ms. Ramon, was transferring this matter from Vredenburg Magistrate Court to High Court in Cape Town.
Is van aanneem dat u was teenwoordig geweest in die hof op Oktober maand 2024, die tyd my gelede collega Roman die saak gevat het, verwys het na die van Vredenburg hof af na Hooggeregs Hof in Kaap.
Dis korrek, dit lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
It is the same day when the charges against Laurentia Lombard were withdrawn. Is that correct?
Dit is dezelfde dag waarin is klachten tegen Laurentia Lombard was teruggetrokken. Is correct?
Dis korrek, dit lag maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now coming back to your career, when were you first appointed in a leadership position?
Nou, de kon nog weer terug. Wanneer was die geweest als die lead investigating officer?
No, the question was, when was he first appointed in a leadership position in the South African Police Services?
Okay.
Because he might have been in a leadership position somewhere else.
In achtbare, voor ik een kapitein geworden heb, was daar ook leadership responsibilities voor mij gegeven geweest.
My lord, before I was captain, I was also given responsibilities of a leadership position.
Waar ik moest van ons leden helpen.
Where I had to assist some of our members.
Leiding geven.
To give them leadership.
In 2018.
In 2018.
Was ik ambtelijk aangesteld als bevelvoerder van een speertak.
And I was in 2018. I was officially appointed as the commander of the detective branch of the detectives.
I would take it from your evidence that your first appointment in leadership within the SAPS was in 2018.
Er is een manier dat in 2018, dat was de eerste keer wat hij ingesteld was in de leierschap uit die politiedienst.
Dat is recht lachbaar.
That's correct, my lord.
And when he or she is appointed in a leadership position, he or she ought to have strong administration achievements.
Zoals een persoon ingesteld als een leier in enige plek, dat betekent die persoon is baie goed met die boekings of met de administratie.
Hele my verstande van leierskap gaan nie net oor sterk administrasie punte van u nie. 'n Leier is iemand wat mense kan lei, ongeag sy posisie.
My lord, my understanding of leadership, my lord, it doesn't go about having strong leadership, having strong points of administrative, my lord. and it goes about how good and how powerful you are of reading people. That is what leadership is about for me.
Good answer. But you won't rule out that some of the attributes is that you must strong in administration while leading people.
Maar een van die goed moet 'n persoon met 'n goeie standpunt het in die administrasie of mense te lei.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Lombard. I can't remember the date now when this matter was transferred to High Court in Cape Town, but it was in October 2024.
Dis korrek, edelagbare. Dit was gewees die 21ste Oktober 2024.
As the record shows, my lord, it was on the 21st of October 2024.
The day of the 204. Thank you. Now, Mr. Lombard, we were given instructions as the defense that will be appearing for the accused persons in this matter, and the first pre-trial conference was scheduled or rolled for the 31st of January 2024.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
Ons het instructies gekry van of hierdie saak op
2025.
Thank you, my lord.
2025.
om voorgekom vir die besluit in hierdie saak. En die saak, die eerste verskyning of die eerste voorverhoor was op die 31ste van Januarie maand in jaar 2025.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
That means you had from February before the 31st to put your house in order for the 31st of January 2025.
Can you please repeat that?
That Mr. Lombard was given a period of from the 21st of October to the 31st of January 2025 to put his house in order. That means to make this matter ready for pre-trial on the 31st of January 2025.
So dat betekent dat van oktober maand aan die 21ste van oktober maand tot 24 tot bij die 31ste van januari maand 2025. U was tijd gegeven om uw huis in orde te krijgen.
Dis reg, edelagbare.
That's correct, my lord.
Just one moment, Mr. Kabay. When did you become aware, and it follows on from Mr. Kabay's question, that the trial date would have been the 3rd of March this year?
Wanneer het u geweet dat die verhoor op die 3de maart deze jaar?
Edelagbare, daar was, ek dink in laat in Februarie.
My lord, I think late in February.
Of, jammer edelagbare, as ek nou kan onthou, ek dink die regter wat die voorsitter beampte gewees het, die 31ste Januarie, het melding gemaakt van die verhoor datum.
My lord, I think the presiding officer on the day of the pre-trial of the 31st mentioned the trial date.
Now, I'm not sure whether you were informed,
Ek nou nie seker was u dat weet.
but the trial date was already set or determined in October, around about there last year,
Maar ek weet nie was u
on our calendar.
Reg, so edelagbare.
Ek weet nie was u weet nie, want hierdie verhoordatum was dan reeds neergeskryf op in onze boeke daar by onze kantore in oktober maand.
By the time the matter was transferred from the district court to the high court, we already knew the date will be the 3rd of March.
Die tyd was gestaan oorgeplaas was van die distrikhof na ons kantore toe, ons het dan geweet dat dit gaan op die 3de maart maand wees.
Reg, so edelagbare.
Were you informed?
Het u geweet daarvan?
Edelagbare, daar was dus sprake dat die saak vroeg in die jaar gaan begin, maar die datum.
Now,
There was a conversation or discussion that the matter will be early in the year of the date.
and why I'm saying that to you as a positive, because I was involved in that. And we already decided last year that I was going to preside in this matter.
Die rede wat ek vir u positief sê, want ek was betrokke geweest met hierdie datum en ek het ons geken al laas jaar dat ek gaan die beampte wees in hierdie saak.
Because I'm not sure where Mr. Kabai is going, but the state knew, or must have known, already in October of last year, that the trial will be in March.
So die staat het geweet of die moes geweet dat die saak gaan op die 3 Maart gaan hierdie jaar.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Lombard, I want to take you to the 31st of January 2025.
Listen, Kabai, before you go there, can you maybe indicate to me what is the relevance? And you don't have to play your hand. You can, if you say, wait, I'll show you, then I'll be happy. What the relevance is to the trial within a trial, this whole run up to January, or are you getting there?
My lord, if the court can be patient with me, I will link this to my cross.
All right.
In trial within a trial, I will link this. Thank you, my lord. We waited for the 31st patiently, expecting to receive before the 31st an indictment and all contents of the docket to familiarize ourselves before the 31st of October 2025.
31st of January.
Before the 31st of January 2025.
Ons het gewag vir die informasie op die dossier van hierdie saak om onsself weer te gaan, om onsself bekend te maak met hierdie saak. Ons het gewag vir dit tot by die 31ste van Januarie maand 2025.
That's correct.
This didn't materialize.
Maar dit het nie gebeur nie. Correct so?
We appeared in court on the 31st of January 2025 without an indictment. We didn't know what our clients were facing. We didn't have the contents of the docket.
Ons het aan die hof verskyn op die 31ste van Januarie maand hierdie jaar vir 2024, ons het geen dossier gehad, geen indictment gehad, ons het nie geweet nie wat kyk op wat staan voor of wat leef voor onze cliënten.
As if that was not enough, Mr. Apollis and Mr. Van Rijn were never brought to court.
En so dit was eers genoeg nie, maar die Van Rijn en die Apollis was nie na die hof toe gebring nie.
Edelachtbare, ek kan nie kommentaar lewer oor 'n indictment en further particulars wat die defense nie gekry het nie.
My lord, I can't comment on indictment and further particulars that were received.
And that is... Sorry, Mr. Lombard.
Daai verantwoordelikheid val nie in my spasie van die polisie nie.
And that is not doesn't fall within my responsibilities in the police.
Die verdagtes Boeta en Stefano was wel nie by die hof gewees nie. Ek is bewus daarvan.
Accused suspect accused Stefano and Boeta were not in court that I'm well aware of.
En dit was duidelik gemaak in die hof deur die voorsittende beampte en die staat het die hof ingelig dat hulle twee was nog in Mamasbury gevangenis.
And it was made or explained to the court by the state to the presiding officer that they are still in Mamasbury.
Dat daar wel 'n administratiewe fout plaasgevind het by Vredenburghof en dat hulle toe op die J7 Mamasbury toegestuur is.
And that there was an administrative problem on the papers of the J7 and they wrote Mamasbury Malone.
Dit het bekend
on the J7, sorry.
You are saying saying it was not your responsibility to make sure that the indictment and the contents of the docket were ready on the 31st of January 2025. If it was not you, who was responsible to make sure that the indictment is in court and further contents of the docket are finished to the defense on the 31st of January?
Even my say that this is verantwoordelikheid dat in die dossier, indictment, die further particulars van die saak word voortydig gegee word aan die verdediging.
Ek dink dit is die platform vir die misnoor van Wesley Lombard nie. As hy 'n probleem gevind het, moes dit opgeneem het met die DPP kantore.
My Lord, I don't think this is a platform that this can be brought up now by Ms. Mkabayi. If there was a problem or an issue, that should have been brought up with the DPP officers.
En ek
I'm going to stop you. You would have noted that
I've raised with Ms. Mkabayi what the relevance is. She said she's getting there. Let's be patient. You already answered it's not your responsibility. And we know, as a matter of fact, that it's the responsibility of the prosecution services. In other words, the office of the DPP, to ensure that those things are put in place. Now maybe I'm not sure whether you know, as a detective, how J7s work at the court.
Ek het 'n idee lag maar.
Yes, I do have an idea, my Lord.
Have you ever worked with him yourself?
Ek is self gewerk met die J7.
Ek het dit nooit uitgeskryf nie. Ek het dit net al gesien al.
I've never mentioned them, my Lord. I just handed them over.
Gesien het.
So maybe
my Lord.
So maybe just so that we don't dwell on it for too long. When a person is remanded in custody, the presiding officer completes the J7.
Dis reg gedlag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
In the lower courts, as far as I know, it's done by the court orderlies.
Dis reg gedlag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
In the High Court, we do it differently. In the High Court, we type them out. They also look slightly different to what the magistrates' courts in the J7s look like. Parties might have seen some of the days that I would sign papers on the bench. I would normally do it at lunchtime, as I did from today till the 1st. Investigating officer, prosecutors, defense has got nothing to do with it. They don't see it at all. Then handed in the High Court, it's handed to the court orderlies, and normally it's the person in charge of the cells. The judge is not involved, the magistrate normally is not involved. In this case, the police collected from Ms. Naidu Chetty, and I doubt that any of you, including yourself, Captain, would have seen any of the J7s that I signed every day.
Nooit gesien nie, lag maar.
I didn't see them, my Lord.
Now, Ms. Nkabayi, the reason why I tried to clarify that
Yes, my Lord.
is because the witness answered your question as to the mix-up of the 31st of January by saying he believes that there was an administrative error at Vredenburg Court because they wrote the wrong place. Now he's answered in that way Do you have any follow-up questions on that? Because I want to rule on the admissibility thereof, because it might become a collateral issue because of the answer that he had given, which will then make the answer to the question inadmissible in law.
My Lord, I'm satisfied with his answer.
I asked for the original court file to be brought. I just have to explain also, because I don't want to waste time on side issues. When a matter gets transferred to the High Court from a lower court, this year, my court's documents look slightly different because we do it in a different style. These are all the copies of the J7s that I have issued in this matter. Extra copies. The file contains correspondence, and all the indictments with the amendments as they came along. So when a matter gets transferred from the lower court, it arrives in the High Court, normally with a copy of what is called the J15. That is the charge sheet that's used in the lower court. Once it arrives in the High Court, the file gets opened. A High Court file gets opened. Now you would notice that although the first appearance in this court was on the 31st of January, it bears a case number of 2024. Because the file itself in our office was opened on the 5th of November 2024. Now, if the parties don't know, I was in fact in possession of an indictment which was later amended early in the year already. And the file was taken from my desk to my colleague who attended to the case management, the pre-trial, because at that stage I did not want to attend to the pre-trials because I was not sure whether there might be something that will cause a conflict, because there were specific reasons why the decision was made once we knew the matter was going to come to the High Court as to who would be the judge. And we decided that I can disclose on seniority. So I was in control of this file for a very long time. I'm disclosing this to the parties because I don't want us to go and dwell on pre-trial issues that has, on the face of it, very little or nothing to do with the trial within a trial that we're dealing with now. We're dealing with the admissibility of statements, extracurricular statements made by an accused person. I will allow the questions insofar that it relates to relevant issues on the trial within a trial, and it might be that the basis that you're laying, Ms. Mkabai, is for purposes of credibility. It's always the answer when asked from the bench. I've asked for the file to be brought. You would have seen my registrar. I sent her for the file. Because if any of the parties want to have a look at the original court file, there it is, as long as my contents are preserved. I'm talking about counsel. because all that I've told you now is all in this file. Thank you, Mr. Kabak.
Thank you, my lord. It is your evidence that you and your investigation team, you decided that you must look out for Kelly, Boda, and Stevino.
Er was hierdie getuienis dat onderzoekspan hulle het besluit geneem dat die Boda, Stevino en Kelly op besoek.
Is die reken te lig, maar
That's correct, my lord.
To be precise, from your investigation team, who gave you the instructions?
Om is er wees van die onderzoekspan wie daar die instructies gegee.
het was mijn voorstel geweest, dat was mijn instructie geweest.
It was my instruction.
Can you lay the basis why you wanted them, why you were looking for them?
Kan u dan vir ons sê, hoekom het u hulle gesoek?
Did you have new evidence?
Het u nuwe informasie gehad?
What triggered you
Het dit vir u gemaak om hulle te soek?
to want to look for them?
Wat het gemaak dat het u moet hulle soek?
Edel Agmar, soos ek voorheen aangehaal het, is dat die conclusie wat ek gemaakt heb op die 25ste,
My Lord, as I previously said that the conclusion that I came to on the 21st,
dat daar ongeantwoorde vrae is,
because there were unanswered questions
wat gelei het uit hulle verklaringset,
that came out of their statements,
dat ons moet duidelikheid kry oor dit,
that we must get clarity on that.
My client's statement is A13A. He gave that statement to Sergeant Sahobe.
My client's cliënt se verklaring is A13A and received that it was ingegee aan Sahobe.
het is reg, Edel Agmar.
That's correct, my Lord.
You were here in court, you heard. After she took that statement was read by Sergeant Milstein.
Nadat die verklaring gevat was, u was teenwoordig geweest, Milstein het die verklaring gelees.
Het is reg, Edel Agmar.
That's correct.
And after that, he released my client on the basis that he didn't get any evidence justifying his arrest. Now my question is, where did you get between that statement that was taken by Sergeant Sahobe and you looking for him? Where did you get this information and what was that information that triggered you to look for him?
Nadat die verklaring gedoen was en gegee of gelees aan die uitgelees was nie, toe was my cliënt vrygelaat. Nou ek wil weet van u van daai tyd en wat het gemaak dat u moet vir my cliënt opsoek of vir die verdagtes gesoek meneer.
Edel Agmar, soos ek voorheen aangehaal het, die naam Stefano het aan my bekend geword met my onderhoud met Boeta die Sondag.
My Lord, as I've said that the name Stefano came about when I had my interview with Buddha the evening on Sunday.
En hy het met my gedeel daai beperkte inligting soos ek het getuig het.
He gave me that specific information as I stated.
As ons kyk na Stefano se verklaring wat konstabel se hobby gegee het,
When we look at Stephanie's statement that he gave to Constable Sehoven,
het Stefano 'n groter deel gehad van die dag van Boeta, Kelly, Joshlin en hulle huisgesin se lewe.
kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
As 'n mens kyk na Stefano se verklaring,
When you look at Stephanie's statement,
is dit duidelik.
it's clear that
Stefano het 'n groot gedeelte van die dag
a big part of the day
gespandeer
spent
saam met die huishouding van Boeta en Kelly.
and spent with Buddha and Kelly.
En ook dat dit so gewees het dat Renzo daar gewees het.
And it also that Renzo was also there.
En Nilo.
And Nilo.
So wat opvallend gewees het was dat met my interaksie met Boeta die 25ste.
So what happened initially with my interaction with Buddha on the 21st?
Het hy vir myself gelimit net met dit wat hy aan my vertel het.
He just limited me to what he told me.
Met ander woorde, hy het vir Stefano 'n minder rol gegee
In other words, he gave Stefano a lesser role
met die gebeure van die dag.
or what the happenings of the day.
Stefano se verklaring
In Stefano's statement,
gee Stefano homself
Stefano himself
gee hom 'n groter rol
gave himself a bigger role
vir daai dag.
of that day.
If I get you correctly, it is what you were told by Buddha that triggered you to look for my client.
As ek u vereer verstaan, u sê dat wat Buddha vir u gesê het, dit het gemaak dat u vir my kliënt soek.
Dit het deel daarvan uitgemaak dat daar belangstelling gewees het om met Stefano onderhoud te voer.
And that played a role that made me Stefano to be a person of interest.
Nou, die belangstelling, hy het die interest.
The interest, my lord.
From what you are telling me, Mr. Lombard, I don't see any difference to what my client has said in his statement.
Van wat meneer Lombard sê, ek sien die verskil van wat my kliënt gesê het in die verklaring nie.
Verskil ten opsigte van wat anders wat die kliënt gesê het?
A difference of what you guys said?
What Buddha told you doesn't differ from what my client has said in his statement that was taken by Sergeant Sahobe.
Wat Buddha vir u gesê het, nee, of wat staan in Buddha's verklaring wat hy aan Constable Sahobe gegee het, dat is die verskil wat hy gesê het en wat my kliënt gesê het, meneer.
Soos ek gesê het, Stefano se verklaring dink ek is 2 of 3 blaaie lank.
Kan u weer dan sê?
Stefano se verklaring dink ek is 2 of 3 blaaie.
It's the body of the affidavit consists of 2 typed pages, and it has a 3rd page for the commissioning. It's marked Exhibit P. The witness said he thought the affidavit was 2 to 3 pages, but we don't have to speculate. It's right here. Yeah.
If my learned colleagues can help me and give the witness the affidavit of Stevino.
Exhibit P.
Dankie.
The statement before you, Mr. Lombard, was taken by Sergeant Sahobe, read by Sergeant Maelstrom, and on the contents of on the weight of the contents that appear in those statements, Sergeant Maelstrom said, "I don't see any evidence from this statement that can justify me to arrest Stevino."
Verstaan in die verklaring wat Constable Sahobe geneem het en sy het gelees aan die beskuldige op die verdagte en gesê dat dit is niks wat kan maak dat hy of sy hom arresteer nie.
Dis geen rekenklaar maar.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, can you tell me this new evidence that you had, despite the one that appears in that statement, that made you to look for my client?
Kan dan vir my sê die nuwe getuienis of die nuwe informasie wat u het, wat nie daar staan in daardie verklaring van ander die kliënt.
Edel Akbar, kan ik gewoon net naar het kijken terug?
Maar nou kan jy just have a look.
Baie dankie.
Whilst the captain is, I saw the same witness that was here the whole day yesterday, still hanging around. Is he local or is he from somewhere else? I suspect that's the brigadier.
Yes, my lord, I'm told he is, I confirm he is Brigadier Anana. I'm told that he was excused but he elected to stay.
Does he come from Cape Town or?
He does come from Cape Town.
Because it's clear we're not going to get to him today, but we also don't want him to come in every day unnecessarily.
True.
Whilst the captain is reading, I thought let's do that housekeeping. Over and above making the arrangements, did he play any other role in this?
Not at all, my lord. And he did file an affidavit and his name is on the list of state witnesses.
So, we're going to... I'm looking at my watch and we will most probably not get to another witness today. But it doesn't help for us to say to him, come back Tuesday morning. Are there other local witnesses for the trial within a trial?
There are, my lord, but we are trying to stick to the chronological order of the process.
Now, all I'm thinking of is if we proceed on Tuesday morning, we won't get to him before 11, I suspect. If he's the next witness, we'll see how far we get today. Have you discussed with your colleagues whether you can't produce his evidence on affidavit?
My lord, there's one aspect that was one specific arrangement that's not contained in the affidavit, so it's not only on the affidavit. That is the reason why I need to
So maybe what we can do is, if we say to him, don't come before 11, and if we're done with Captain Lombard before that, then you have a little short stopper, one of those run-of-the-mill witnesses.
We do have.
Instead of him having to sit here again from early in the morning.
Indeed.
On Tuesday.
Indeed.
Because by 11 o'clock we should be done. We should be done by 3 o'clock, to my mind, if we stick to the trial within a trial. But if not, then amongst the parties you can arrange. I won't now press you to say where is the brigadier, because I've seen that. I didn't know who it was. I just saw a gentleman, the corner of my eye up and down in the witness area.
My lord, there is another witness that we can lead if that happens. So that he can be.
Let's see. But if it's just a short thing, and if I have my way, we can adjourn at 4 today. Don't pull a face like that. On a lighter note. You'll end up as a meme. Or TikTok, or whatever they call it. All right. Are you ready, Captain?
Edel Akbar, kan ik net een paar noemen?
Yes, certainly. So, whilst he's busy with that, we're doing the housekeeping. We don't have to do it at another time. On the other hand, if it doesn't make sense to start with a new witness and don't finish the witness, so let's see how far we're going to get with the investigating officer. He's in any event here every day. I want to know from the parties, are you all coming in on Monday by the evening? If we don't finish with this witness, can we start at 8:30 on Tuesday morning. I'm getting a thumbs up from the defense, getting a thumbs up from the state. So that means we will be starting an hour and a half earlier than we would normally start in the High Court. My intention is to try and get to the end of the trial within trials ASAP. And next week we're going to sit long hours. Ready yourself that we're going to sit long hours. Even if we have to keep the accused from Malmesbury at a closer place in police cells overnight. But we cannot go on like this. That the matter drags on. I've told the parties what my position is, that I'm going to find it extremely difficult in next term to be out of Cape Town. And as far as possible, if we can, we need to finalize the case here. So just that you know. You ready?
Dankie Lombard. Dankie vir die tyd.
Thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Edelagbare, soos ek getuige het een melding gemaak tydens ons gesels op die 25ste.
My Lord, as I testified that Buta mentioned or mentioned on the 25th, when I was having a conversation with him,
dat Stefano daar gewees het.
that Stefano was there.
Ek gaan net paragraaf 2 van Stefano verklaring sê, hy het daar gekom.
Paragraph 2 of Stefano's statement says that he arrived there.
Hy het vir Buta en Renza gevind en hy het weer geloop.
He found Buta and Renz there and he left again.
Dit was in conflict met wat Buta vir my gesê het.
That was in conflict with what Buta told me.
Because Buta het gesê, hulle het gerook.
Because Buta said that they smoked.
En Buta maak verder melding dat hy daar gewees het.
And Buta further mentioned that he was there.
Die hele tyd tot en met Kelly gekom het.
All the time till Kelly arrived.
Maar hy het ook gesê dat in between het Stefano nou en dan weggegaan, maar hy het gauw weer gekom.
And in between, he also mentioned that in between Stefano would come and go and come back.
Wat interessant is van paragraaf 3 is van Stefano's verklaring.
What's interesting in paragraph 3 of Stefano's statement,
Hy sê dat hy daai dag, daai oggend glad nie Kelly se kinders by die huis gesien het nie.
he says that in that morning he did not see Kelly's children at all.
Met my onderhoud met Buta,
But with my interview with Buta,
plaas hy vir Stefano,
he places Stefano,
Joshlin, Rekon,
Rico,
Nilo
Nilo,
en Rens
and Ray
saam met hom die oggend by die huis.
with him at the house the morning.
Stefano's verklaring,
In Stefano's statement,
distansieer hy vir hom dat hy nie die kinders gesien het nie.
he distanced himself by saying that he did not see the children.
Paragraaf 6.
Paragraph 6.
Toe ek vir Stefano, toe ek vir Buta geïnterview het,
When I interviewed Buta,
het hy gesê nadat Rens geloop het 'n tydjie na Rekon,
he said after Rens moved after Rico,
was hy, Stefano,
was he Stefano,
Joshlin nog by die huis gewees.
Joshlin was still at home.
Stefano se verklaring sê,
In Stefano's statement says,
nadat Rens weg is,
after Rens has left,
het hy wat Stefano was en Buta vir 10 minute buite gesit.
then himself and Stefano and Buta was at the house outside for 10 minutes.
Daar was niemand anders in die huis van Buta en Kelly nie.
There was no one else at the house or inside the house of Buta and Kelly.
Daar distansieer hy hom weer van Joshlin af, dat Joshlin daai dag by die huis gewees het, so wat Buta gesê het.
There once again, he's distancing himself of Joshlin of opposite of what Buta said.
Volgens hom
According according to him,
Dit is nou Stephanus se verklaring.
in Stephanos' statement,
Sê hy dat hy en Boeta het geloop,
he says that himself and Buddha walked,
hulle het die deur toegetrek,
they pulled the door
want daar was niemand gewees nie.
because there was no one.
My onderhoud met Boeta
My interview with Buddha,
het Boeta aan my gesê,
Buddha told me that
hulle het beurte gemaak.
it returns
Just give me a moment.
for us.
Let's try again. The witness is still under oath. Thank you, Mr. Kabai. The witness was still busy with the questions that was raised by paragraph 6 of Stephanos' affidavit.
Maar soos ek voorheen aangehaal het, is dat in paragraaf 6 van Stephanus se verklaring
My Lord, as I've said in paragraph 6 of Stephen's statement,
was daar niemand anders by die huis behalwe hy en Boeta nie.
there was no one else beside himself and Buddha.
Stephanus noem hier dat toe hulle twee van die huis af geloop het,
Stefano mentions here that when him and when they moved from the house,
het hy net die deur toegetrek.
he just pulled the door closed.
Dit is, soos ek gesê het, na Boeta's onderhoud met Boeta het hy gesê dat Joshlin was saam met hulle by die huis gewees nadat Rens en Nilo weg is.
Can you please repeat that, sir?
Met my onderhoud met Boeta, die 25ste
With my
February,
interview with Buddha on the 25th of February,
het hy melding gemaak.
he mentioned that
Joshlin saam met hom, wat Boeta is en Stefano by die huis agtergebly het nadat Rens, Rekon en Nilo weg is van die huis in die dag.
that Joshlin remained or stayed behind the house with him, with Stefano after Requiem and Rings have left. And Nilo has
En Nilo.
left.
Kan ek nog een punt noem asseblief?
Can I mention one more point, my Lord?
Paragraaf 8 van Stephanus se verklaring.
On paragraph 8 of Stephanos' statement,
Hy sê in sy die laaste sin van die paragraaf
He says there on the last sentence of the paragraph,
Toe ons by Rentjie se huis gekom het,
when we got to Ray's house,
het Rentjie said she did not come back to Kelly's house with Joshlin after that.
Ray het gesê, sy het terugkom met Joshlin na Kelly's huis na Rentjie.
In die konteks van die sin,
In the context of the sentence,
verwys hy na die voorval waar Rens gesê het, en soos ek ook het aangehaal het, dat Rens se kinders het by die huis geslaap.
he's referring to, in this context, my Lord, he's referring to statement of what is said earlier on that Ray's children was sleeping at home.
En dat Rens soos wat daar gesê het, Rens het vir Joshlin gevra om na die kinders te gaan kyk en Rens is agterna weg.
And we must also say that Rains asked Joshlin to go check on the children, and Rains also relieved after that.
Nou die verskil hier is dat Boeta het aan my genoem soos ek getuig het,
Now the difference is that Buddha mentioned to me
dat Rens en Joshlin het teruggekom na die huis,
that Rains Joshlin came back to the house,
na Boeta se huis.
to Buddha's house.
Hier sê Stefano,
But Stephanie here is saying,
Rens
Rains
sê dat sy en Joshlin nie teruggegaan het na Boeta se huis nie.
Joshlin and Rains did not come back to the house.
And you are
Just a
saying,
moment. There's one aspect in that statement that you did not refer us to now,
Ekskuus nou.
which I had marked when I saw the exhibit.
Ekskuus terug dan.
I flagged it in my mind. And it's at paragraph 10. Because Buddha says he was there when Joshlin was there. Ren says he was there when Joshlin was there. He says in his affidavit he didn't see Kelly's kids at all that day.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
And that is a clear, because we had Exhibit O, we had Exhibit M, we had Exhibit N, more particularly the statement of Buddha that he gave on that first day, the 20th, statement that Rens gave on the 20th, both. Buddha doesn't mention Stefano at all.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
Rens refers to him, and in the follow-up, of course, on your interview with Buddha on the 25th, he confirmed Stefano was there.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
So there's no dispute amongst the role players, if I can call it that,
Dis reg gedrag maar.
at that stage, on the 25th, that Stefano was there and Joshlin was there.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
And then the statement of the 29th, that's this exhibit we're dealing with now, when the police eventually take a statement from Stefano, he says, I didn't see Kelly's kids at all that day.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's how I read it.
Dis reg gedrag maar.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
That's correct, my Lord.
thank you. Mr. Lombard, if you are saying you interviewed Mr. Apollos on the 25th of February 2029,
As u sê u het 'n onderhoud gehad met meneer Apollos op die 25ste
and on the 29th of February 2024, Sergeant Milstein told my client, I cannot arrest you because there's not enough evidence. You cannot say now what you are bringing before this court is new because you consulted with Mr. Apollos on the 25th of February.
Ms. Mkabai, with all due respect, with all due respect, one, are you putting it to this witness that he has no discretion to investigate because Milstein made a decision? Is that what you put in?
What I'm saying, my lord, is that he must not say that was new. Because my question to him was...
I'm getting to the new thing. I'm getting to the new part now. I'm just asking you on the first part of your statement to him. Because you suggest, by asking the question in the way you did, that he must sit back because Milstein has made a call. Clearly, it can't be right. But more importantly, when he spoke to Mr. Apollos on the 25th, you will recall, he said that's at the office in Vredenburg with a glass panel. Spoke to Mr. Apollos and to Ms. Smith, and then went through all these statements in the inquiry file. Let's call it the Milstein file for now. But by then, Mr. Van Rijn, your client's statement, didn't exist yet. That came into being some 4 days later, on the 29th. I remember when they came here, they actually came here on that day, because they said earlier on when you asked him, he said they arrived here on the last day of February. So they would have arrived on the day that that statement was taken by Constable Segobe. Now he sees the statements and he says, wow, there's a lot of holes here. Things don't add up. And then he says, I want you to talk to them. I said, bring them in. I want to clear this up. Because it must be seen in context. I don't know how relevant this is to the trial within a trial, but you're going there. He also told us in the main case, before we moved into the trial within the trial, the curtain was still slightly open in his evidence at that stage. Now we've gone beyond that, so we have to close this other curtain behind us. He says, I speak to them. Then the next day, he says, no, we must go to the spur. We can't take it that day of the 25th, we'll take a further statement and go to the spur. He indicated to us that in itself raised questions in his mind. Remember, he narrated all the list of questions he had in his mind. So, I can't see the line of questioning to be relevant to the trial within a trial, and whether the manner in which the questions are put, that this witness needs to comment on, because what Milstein does. To give you a bit more context, this witness has now been asked in the trial within a trial that deals with the admissibility of extracurricular statements. That's what we're here for at this stage of the trial. About when did he become the investigating officer, who gave him the order. We must remember this evidence in context in that regard. He says, I am leading that team in the province. I don't work at a station. I operate out of a provincial office. Kidnapping, serious violent crime, kidnapping and that linked together. It was either on the radio or social media, he wasn't sure. On the 20th he became aware of the disappearance and immediately contacted. He made it his business because he doesn't need to get an instruction. He's the boss. And he comes, he speaks to Milstein, Milstein says to him, I think you need to come down, Captain. And then he comes down that Sunday, the 25th, calls them in. One detective, the local detectives, maybe didn't see the holes. He says, I saw the holes. I see something fishy here. With no reference to Saldanha. And then he investigates. Those are issues for the main trial. The issue that I have to decide here and now is the statement or statements made by your client, whether that was made in compliance with the prescripts so that it can be admissible evidence in court. The state need to prove that. They bear the onus. And that's all we need to interrogate at this stage. You're going to have a lot of bites at the cherry about who gives him instructions or not, and how the one person exercised the discretion, whether he is negligent with providing further particulars and copies of the document. Please, I don't want to stop your cross-examination, but if I need to, I'm going to steer you in a different direction. I tried to give some context because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, where are we going? It's not like in a 5-day match that we want to bat out the 5 innings and cause a draw at the end of the day. We need to play 20-20 here, score the runs because the game must get over. Thank you, Mr. Kamai.
Thank you, my lord. The question I put to this client was his first statement when he went to interview my client at Seaborder. It is a relevant question towards trial within a trial, my lord.
Now he told us now why he wanted to. He told us now why he wanted to interview. He has just told us why he wanted to interview.
And it was important for me, my lord, to know why he wanted to interview my client.
Okay.
In your evidence, in chief, in your evidence during your alleged interview with my client, you stated that Stevino was taken few days. Did I get you correctly when you were saying that? The sentence was not finished.
No.
Okay.
He said he was informed that Stevino was found in DSO.
Oh, not few days. Is it correct that you testify that my client Stevino was found in Deersville?
Is it correct that you say as it is getuienis dat my cliënt Stevino was gevind in Deersville?
Dis nie reg, ek het gesê met my was dit meegedeel. Ek was ingelig.
That's correct, my lord. I said that I was informed.
Do you know perhaps who went to fetch him?
Weet u miskien wie hom genaam?
Nederlag maar.
No, my lord.
Do you know in which address he was taken from?
Van watter adres was hy geneem? Van wat?
Nederlag maar.
No, my lord.
Do you know the motor vehicle, the registration number of the motor vehicle that went to fetch him?
Weet u die registrasienommer van die voertuig wat hom gehaal het?
Nederlag maar.
No, my lord.
Was he fetched by the police members or by other people?
Was hy gehaal deur die polisiebeampte of ander mense?
Dit moes polisie gewees het.
Supposed to be police officers.
Lag maar.
My lord.
And you don't know who were those people?
Nee.
En weet u wie was daardie mense nie?
Nee, lag maar.
No, my lord.
And you testify that you went to FCS offices where you met Brigadier Habana?
U het gesê u het na die FCS kantore toe gegaan waar u Amana gekry het.
Brigadier Hanana.
Brigadier Hanana gekry het.
Dis reg, Edel Agmare.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you still remember the time when you met Brigadier Hanana?
Kan u die tyd onthou wat u Brigadier Hanana gekry het?
Dit was tussen pas voor 5 o'clock, close to 5.
It was between 4:30 and 5 o'clock.
Then from there you said you saw Kelly and you saw the car she was being driven in.
En daarvan af u het gesê u het vir Kelly gesien en in watter voertuig sy was in.
Edel Agmare, ek het nooit gesê dat ek 'n voertuig gesien het. Kelly uitklim nie. Ek het gesê ek het wel van Kelly later die middag of weer gesien op die parkeerarea buite FCS.
My lord, I never said that I saw Kelly in or arrive or came out of the motor vehicle. But well, what I said is that I saw Kelly later that afternoon in the parking lot at the FCS.
You didn't see the car he was driven in.
U het nie voertuig gesien waar sy was in.
Daai moment?
At that moment?
Yes.
Nee, Edel Agmare.
No, my lord.
And where was my client at that time when you were seeing Kelly?
Waar was my kliënt daai tyd wat u vir Kelly gesien het?
By die seaboard kantore.
By die seaboard officers.
Do you still, or do you perhaps remember what time was this when you saw my client at Seaborder offices?
Kan u miskien onthou hoe laat was die tyd wat u vir my kliënt sien by die seaboard kantoor sien?
Dit was na 5, tussen 5 en 6.
It was after 5, between 5 and 6.
Did you have a chance to notice the manner in which he was the first time you saw him?
Het u 'n kans gekry om waar te neem op die manier om hoe hy was die tyd wat u hom gesien het die eerste keer?
Edel Agmare, ek het voorheen getuig dat ek het nie vir hulle geïnspekteer het, maar hulle gesit het in die boardroom nie. So ek het hulle net gesien sit. So daar was Stefan staan op, draai om, want ek kyk wat jou arm so been aangaan nie.
My lord, and I said that I saw them there in the boardroom, but I did not inspect them or tell them to stand up, turn around. I saw them there, but I did not inspect them.
You can see the condition of someone even if he's seated.
Jy kan 'n persoon sien die voorkoms van die persoon sit toe.
Nee, altyd nie.
Not all the time,
But it's possible.
maar dit is moontlik.
Die moontlikheid bestaan nie, Agmare.
Yes, possibility to that.
When someone is being fetched, in this case, I'll say home, by the police van, is there any entry that is made by the police when that person is arriving at the place where he's being called by the police?
As 'n persoon gehaal word van die huis af en word geneem waar die polisie wil kom te neem, as daar enige iets wat hier geskryf is, persoon word gevat van die huis af na waar die polisie wil kom heen.
Nee, Edel Agmare.
No, my lord.
Sommige maak inskrywings, anders maak nie.
Others do make notes and others don't.
If now I say I want to see the notes, I want to know the members who went to fetch my client, as they're alleging that they found him at DSV. If now I say I want to see those notes, I want to see the proof of those members who went to fetch my client, as you are alleging, where can I get that information?
As ek nou sê ek wil die nota sien of die inskrywing wil sien en die leerders wat my kliënt gaan haal het by DSV, waar kan ek die kry as ons die nog genoem het?
Edel Edelagbare, soos ek gesê het, daar was 'n klomp lede van different eenhede, so ek kan nie sê wat se eenheid of wie het hom gaan haal nie.
My Lord, as I said that there were a lot of members from different units, so I won't be able to say which members or from which units.
Even then, they were going to one place. They were going to see border. And you are the man, you are the one who called for this forum. You might be having an information. Who did I send to go and fetch Stevino?
U sal kan van sê van u wil gehad het vir Stevino gaan soek. U sal kan sê wie wil gaan haal en vandaar toe bring dit na Seaborder kantore toe.
Edelagbare, soos ek ook voorheen gesê het, is dat die instruksie was tydens die operasie waar die lede beweeg. Vanuit waar Stefano is, die opdrag was nie vir 'n spesifieke persoon gegee nie. Dit was 'n open instruksie. As jy hulle sien, weet waar hulle is, later die dag na die operasie bring my Seaborder toe.
My Lord, at that time during the operation on the searches was not mentioned or told to a specific person or specific unit. It was an open discussion that whoever knows where the people or the encounter of the people or the persons are, the persons must be brought in. It was an open discussion.
Even then, they have to report back to you because you are the one who was leading that investigation.
Maar daarom ook hulle moet terugrapporteer aan u, want u was die leier gewees van die ondersoek.
Ons lede het in daai tyd baie mense genaal en hulle het kom rapporteer by my om te sê ek het nou vir Piet of vir Sunny gehaal.
At that time, the members were to go fetch a lot of people, and they didn't come back and say that I found Peter and Sunny.
It's because you didn't ask the report back, maybe.
Miskien het nie terugvoer gevra nie.
Ek het nie gevra nie.
I did not.
That's my point exactly.
Dit is my punt, meneer.
I put to you, Mr. Lombard, it is a lie that my client was ever fetched from Deersville.
Ek sê dit aan u, meneer, dat dit is leens dat my cliënt was gehaal by Deersville.
En agter dis informasie wat ek gekry het en ek kan nie enige ander plek gee wat ek gehoor het hy was gehaal wees.
My Lord, that is information or what I was told when he was fetched, so I can't say any other place that I wasn't told.
And that is the reason why you can't even give further details about who fetched my client and where did they fetch him.
En dat is de reden wat ik niet eens geantwoord heb om verder informatie te geven, wie het beskuldige genaam of my cliënt genaam en waar.
Edelagbare, ek weet nie hoe Owen daar gekom het.
My Lord, I also don't know how Owen got there.
So dit is nie in 'n spesifieke geval wat jy nie weet wie daar is, want daar was klomp mense gebring.
My Lord, it's not about one specifically you don't know who was there because there was a lot of people there.
My client could not have been in Deersville on the 4th of March 2024 between the hours from the hours 4. He could not have been in Deersville.
My cliënt kon nie by Deersville gewees het op die 4de Maart 2024 tussen daai ure nie.
Dis kan nie soos Edelagbare kan sê maar asseblief vir my spesifieke hours gee, tydperk gee.
Can you please give me specific hours or time frame?
I'm going there. On this day, 4th of March 2025, my instructions are, my client, while coming out from Vredenburg Court, he was hitchhiking at the hitchhiking spot with his cousin's boyfriend. This was during midday. While they were hitchhiking, they got a lift from a double cab bakkie.
My cliënt sê dat hy kon nie daar gewees het op die 4de van Maart maand 2024 in Deersville nie. Die rede daarvoor dat hy en sy naggiese boyfriend hulle te geleentheid gevra en toe het hulle geleentheid gekry by die double cab bakkie.
Verdere ondersoek het dit met my bekend geword dat Stefano gearresteerd geweest het daai naweek vir 'n ander saak buite die saak van vandag.
If during my investigation it came to my knowledge that Stefano was arrested for another matter besides not this one, my lord.
That piece of your investigation is very correct. That was the case he was coming from on that day, and that case was withdrawn. He was coming from Vredenburg Court. He got a lift from a colored man and a colored woman who were driving a white double cab.
Dit is correct, want my cliënt sê aan die tyd het van Vredenburg afgekom, hierdie dag voor die saak wat hy gehad het was teruggetrek teen hom. So hy het 'n geleentheid gekry van 'n vrou en 'n man wat 'n double cab had gereed wat in kleed.
Maar ik kan bevestigen dat die zaak wel die ochtend teen hom teruggetrek geweest het.
I can well confirm that the matter was withdrawn against him on that day, my lord. I see the accused number 2 is drawing the attention of the judge, my lord.
Can I take instructions, my lord? Thank you, my lord. My client is confirming that. Was given this lift, he didn't know who these people were.
My cliënt sê dat dit is korrek, so hy het 'n geleentheid gekry van hierdie mense en geen benul wie was die mense nie.
His cousin's brother's boyfriend was allowed to alight at his stop, but when he wanted to alight, then these occupants of this double cab motor vehicle, they refused him to alight from.
Maar die beskil my cliënt sê dat die tyd wat die negese boyfriend was die plek gekom het, hy het uitgeklim, maar toe die tyd vir hom om uit te klim by sy stop, toe die twee mense wat hy geleentheid gekry het en geweier dat hy moet uitklim.
They drove when they arrived at the circle after Vredenburg.
Let's see whether there's a comment. Can I comment on that?
Ik heb geen commentaar van, ik heb geen kennis van dat.
Thank you.
I have no comment, my lord, because I pay no knowledge of that.
You were going to the circle.
At the section, they passed the section, but before they passed the section, there was the other double cab white van that was standing there. Immediately when this one arrived, the one that was standing followed the one he was given a lift in.
Hy het na die cirkel toe gekom, voordat hy die cirkel voorbij gery het, daar was ook aan die double cab bakkie wat daar gestaan het. En toe het hulle voorbij kom, of voorbij gaan by die cirkel, toe die ander bakkie, double cab bakkie wat daar gestaan het, en hierdie voertuig op die double cab bakkie agtervolg, waar my cliënt in was.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen commentaar. Ik probeer net ding waar is 'n sirkel.
And no comment, my lord. I'm trying to figure out where's the circle.
I was thinking, as you come from Vredenburg, here's a traffic circle.
Dis hier ek het lag maar.
Where you can go to Langebaan to the right,
Yeah.
Vredenburg to that side. So I'm trying to visualize. You come from Vredenburg, and then there's a vehicle parked on the other side of the circle. And as they pass, this other one now followed.
Dit is echt, dank je lag maar.
Yeah.
That's correct. Thank you, my lord.
He started to worry. He asked these people, where are you taking me to? I want to alight with my cousin's boyfriend. They refused.
Hy begin opgekommerd te word, toe het hy gesê, ek wil uitgeklim het met my negese bos, sy kerel, maar hy het geweier.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen commentaar, lag maar.
No comment, my lord.
This buggy drove through Saldanha, past Diasville, towards Jacobs Bay Ocean.
Hierdie voertuig het voorbij deur Saldanha gery, voorbij Diasville tot Jacobs Bay.
Geen commentaar, lag maar.
No comment, my lord.
That's where now he realized that these are police. He could see the firearms.
Dit is wanneer hulle opgelet het, dit is politiebeampte wanneer die persoon het 4 wapens gehad.
I won't finish this. It is in his plea. The point I want to make, no one could have gone to Diasville to look for my client because at that time, he was being assaulted by these people who gave him lift at Jacobs Bay, from Jacobs Bay to sea border officers.
Want ek stel dit in inneming sal van my cliënt gaan soek het, en deels wil die rede daarvoor, want hierdie mense wat hom 'n geleentheid gegee het, hulle sal met hom Jacobs Bay toe gegaan en van daar gegaan en hom na Sibulus te neem.
Listen, Kabai, it's clear that you won't finish today. So get to a point where you're comfortable that you can break. Don't tell me it's now. Then
I didn't hear the last comment, Your Worship.
I said, you look at your laptop, don't tell me it's now. But get to a point in your cross-examination where you feel comfortable that you can break there and proceed on Tuesday. Because you're not going to finish today.
No.
So just get to a point where you're comfortable that you know you've made your point on a specific issue and you're going to start with a different issue on Tuesday.
Okay. What is your comment, Mr. Lombard?
Wat is die kommentaar, meneer Lombard?
Edel Arbor, kan Ms. Kabai net weer die herhaal asseblief?
Can Mr. Kabai please repeat the question?
So they now drove with him and they had firearms.
En het saam met hom gery met 4 wapens gehad.
So included in the statement was he didn't realize that they're police. And they drove towards Jacobs Bay. Through Deersville to Jacobs Bay.
Hy het opgelet hierdie mense het 4 wapens en toe daar gesê dat is polisiebeampte want hulle sou met hom gery voorbij deur Saldanha voorbij Deersville tot in Jacobs Bay waar hy was aangerand en daarvan af was hy geneem na Seaborder kantore toe.
Edel Arbor, as ek reg verstaan, assosieer of het Stefan nog assosieer die feit dat die persoon 4 wapens gehad het dat hulle as polisiebeamptes is.
My Lord, if I understand correctly, the accused person is saying that because these people had firearms, so now he's associating and saying that they are police officers.
Dit is alom bekend dat baie civilians, gewone burgers ook 4 wapens het.
It is a known thing that most civilians also have firearms.
I don't think one can infer that it's just because of the firearms. You have to look at the context.
Okay.
Because Ms. Kabai continues by saying, after they had done all of this to him, and she's going to get to the detail most probably Monday morning or Tuesday morning, they then took him to Seaborder. So there's the link between getting him on the side of the road, then first going to soften him up, and then taking him to Seaborder officers. You see that?
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, my Lord.
Do you see now why the details of the person you allege they went to fetch my client in Deersville, do you see why they're important to the defense?
Sê nou hoekom dit is belangrik dat die persoon wat sê aan my cliënt by Deersville gaan haal?
Dis korrek, Edel Arbor.
That's correct, my Lord.
For today, I will stop here, Mr. Lombard.
Vandaag gaan hier stop, meneer Lombard.
I was not going to push further on for 2 reasons. One does not want to disturb the cross-examination of the cross-examiner at a point where it doesn't make sense, and I can see we're not going to finish with the witness. But more importantly, I have to get out of here rather sooner than later, because I know that I'm going to have an attack. So instead of me coughing and not being able to continue, I would rather take the adjournment now. We've in any event sat almost 6 hours, if not more, today. So, Mr. Apollos, and Mr. Van Rijn, you will be held in Malmesbury Correctional Centre again. Ms. Smith, you in Langebaan SABC. We will resume on Tuesday morning, it's the 1st of April, same place, and we're aiming to start at 8:30 in the morning. It is early, much earlier than usual, but we're going to try and do it. If we slightly delayed, it might be because there's a lot of role players that have to make adjustments to their programs. So let's see how far we get next week. And to those that's going to hit the roads, travel safely and sort out your diaries on Monday. I will see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. Court